Good morning, Commissioner, Council, Dr. Zarowski. May I proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you. So, Dr. Zarowski, there are a few things from the last part of our discussion yesterday that I just want to recapitulate before moving on further into the Golder report and the Tradewind report. And so, Registrar, if we can pull up two things. First is GOL 2981 at image 10, which is the draft Golder report. And the second is exhibit 77, was the last exhibit from yesterday. Doesn't have a, I'm not sure what the doc ID is. There we go, I've got it, thank you. And so in section 5, as we discussed yesterday, you indicated typically the FN value should be at least equal to or higher than 40 to be considered adequate. And I just want to make sure I understand what I think were three sources from which you derive that adequate number. And the first, if I understand it correctly, is in the TAC guide on the right. And if we go to image 3, and this table 2.7, which is the British Department of Transport standard for investigatory levels, based on the use of the SCRIM testing machine at 50 kilometers an hour, and that gives you the 0.35 number for motorway or dual carriageway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then the second part of that, if I understood you correctly, was the UK PMS chart, which again converted that SCRIM number 0.35 to 0.41. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And just for I'm going to come back to the TAC guide there, Registrar, but if we could go to exhibit 13, which is EXP 189. And image 25, this is Dr. Gerardo Flinch's report. And am I correct? It was something along these lines, or this is the one, the UK PMS chart, which converts the SCRIM number to grip number in table 2?
Sorry, I'll point up.
Sorry,
yes, it is.
Yes. Oh, sorry, we're talking over each other. Is that correct? Is this the one you're talking about?
Yeah, yes, it is. Not exactly. I don't know if it's UK PMS, but yes, this is exactly the that's what I was thinking. Yes, from 0.35 to 0.41.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is a reproduction of that chart as opposed to being the original source, but I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page with that. Okay, thank you. If you could take that down and go back to the TAC guide, Registrar, exhibit 77. And you go to image 2. And table 2.6, you referred to, which is an example of a Pennsylvania standard, as you mentioned, from the NCHRP 83 paper, which it refers to in the upper right of that table 2.6. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And it's then greater than 40 is no further action required under category E, right?
Under category E, yes, it's greater than no action required.
Okay. And so do I understand then correctly, it was those three sources that you considered when deriving the FN 40 figure that you described as being adequate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Okay. And you can take that down then, Registrar. Thank you. And And just to then recapitulate what I understood you concluded with yesterday was that you thought that the trade wind results were not alarmingly low, but relatively low. That was
yes, yeah, correct.
not a red flag, but not adequate either.
Correct, exactly.
And something had to be done, and the something you recommended was improving the friction as described in section 6 of your of the Golder report, in concert with addressing the distress to the perpetual pavement, the top-down cracking, and potential delamination or debonding between the top layer and the second layer. Is that right? That was part of it.
It like micros. If I can just provide a quick comment, microsurfacing would not address the lamination, so
right.
That's why for that short section I recommended mill and overlay. So remove this, but for the rest, that microsurfacing would address micro cracking, also. At that time, I call it, I think, depressions or deeps and bumps. So this is the same thing.
Right. And you were also recommending on the part that you were not recommending the mill and pave on, you were recommending that before the microsurfacing that routing and sealing of cracks occur followed by the microsurfacing, right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And though the combination of those two things would also deal with the relatively low friction issue.
Yes.
Okay. And so I think it's fair to say from all of that that the recommendations are interrelated. The ones dealing with the friction are very much interrelated with the recommendations on how to deal with the cracking and deterioration generally. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, I want to talk about the issue of the average numbers that are that you reported to Mr. Moore in your January 24th email and in the Golder report. So, Registrar, if we could go back to the Golder report, which is GOL 2981. At image 10. And in the same document, could we pull up image 116? Okay, now it's going to be a bit of a challenge on the eyes, but I'll just describe this. Image 116 is the first page of the actual data in the trade wind report, which is attached to the Golder report, starting with the link. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. Yeah. Okay.
And then this, if we go to, well, we can see the lanes. There's the columns. It's done out by chainage, by the number of meters from the starting point. And then the lanes are set out as eastbound right, eastbound left, westbound right, and westbound left, and then the center reference lane, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. And then if we go to the next page, 118, unfortunately, the headings do not continue from the first page to the second page, but at the bottom there we see the average at the bottom of the screen, and that's for the link, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then if we go to the next page, 118, this is just okay. These are the Red Hill Valley Parkway results, and they are still, the lanes are defined the same way, from eastbound right, eastbound left, westbound right, westbound left, because it's a continuation of the testing from the link up to the Red Hill, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. And then at 119, if we go to the next image, it has the averages again at the bottom for the Red Hill by lane. You see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And so if we could take that one, I think best one thing is to take that down and bring up the document we provided to you yesterday, Registrar, which is titled Document Excerpts Retrade Wind Results. And we've provided this to participants, council, and commissioner. This is a document, is a compilation, as you can see from the three bolded titles. It's a compilation of excerpts from Dr. Uzorowski's January 24th, 2014 email to Mr. Moore with the overview document paragraph reference, OD6, paragraph 233. Then the second one is the trade wind report attached to the Golder report that we were just looking at. From the top of image 118 and the bottom of image 119, so that we have the lanes lined up. Because as mentioned, the lanes on the second page, the columns don't follow through, so you can't see them on the same page. And then lastly, from the same Golder report at image 10, which we have on the left. Now, I'm wondering, Registrar, if we only have this document up, will that expand it for us, or do we need, because it's going to still be a little hard to read? If we take down the document on the left. Okay, so maybe if we can expand, just could we expand the top half first? The top two documents, yeah. Yeah. It's not super clear because they've been pasted, but hopefully they are legible. What I take from this, Dr. Uzorowski, and you tell me if I'm right, is that in your email to Mr. Moore on January 24th, that the southbound lanes and the average numbers that you give there are in fact what would be the northbound lanes in the trade wind report. Is that right?
Yes, it's correct. Yeah, there was an error. Yes.
Okay, and that's because, so in the where it says in your email where it says southbound right lane 35, that's actually in the trade wind report, the first column, eastbound right lane, which would be northbound right lane 35. Is that right?
Would be, yes, northbound. It would be northbound right, which is lane 2. That's like
yeah, the outside lane, right?
Outside lane, yes.
Okay, and so, and I think as I've read it, the lane 1 and 2, or the left lane and right lane, those aren't reversed. It's the direction overall. Yeah. Okay. So if we were to look at your email, if we were just to reverse southbound and northbound, that would be the correct results. It should be northbound right lane is 35, northbound left lane is 34. Southbound right lane should be 36, southbound left lane 39.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then if you could take that down, Registrar, and then if we expand the Golder report excerpt, these same numbers are then transposed into the Golder report from your email. Is that right? Although it's referred to lane 1 and lane 2 rather than left and right. Is that correct?
It's correct, yeah.
And the same error is continued through from the email into the Golder report?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, if you could just take that down, so leave this document up for a moment, Registrar, thank you. And I asked you yesterday about the conversation that you had on the 24th in the morning with Rowan Taylor of Tradewind, following the message or communication from Mr. Moore that he needed the results for a management meeting. And then that morning, and then by noon, and then you provided it to him in the January 24th email. Do you know, looking at this now, how this error occurred?
No, I don't recall exactly. I know that, you know, in the report there is I think it's figure 1 or whatever that shows the link and Red Hill Valley Parkway. So I think I had everything prepared. I was just waiting for the number. So this is when the error occurred. I don't recall exactly how it happened. It just happened.
Well, the error starts with the January 24th email, and yeah. Right. And so since you don't recall, so it must have happened at the time of those results being communicated to you, or when you put them into that email. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Even though you don't recall how Mr. Rowan Taylor conveyed the results to you, whether he said eastbound and westbound, or northbound, southbound?
No, I don't have exact recollection of that conversation.
All right. And then in terms of putting those numbers into the Golder report, do you think you just took those same numbers from your email?
I think we just copied, yeah.
Okay, because it's not an exact copy, right? It's
yeah, I know.
As you noted,
yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But the numbers themselves. Okay. If we could make this document Exhibit 78, Commissioner.
Yes.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if we could take that down and pull back up GOL 2981. Images 10 and 11. And so again, this is sections 5 and 6 of the Golder report. And section 5 mentions that the link was also tested by Tradewind, but it doesn't say anything more than that. And there's no reference in the Golder report comparing the link results to the Red Hill Valley Parkway results. Can you tell us why that is?
Because, the subject of this was evaluation of the Red Hill Valley Parkway after initially 5 and then 6 years. But in my later notes from the meeting, I have the meeting and phone call. I talk about both the link and the Red Hill Valley, but no, it's not in the report.
Okay, and we'll talk about the call in the meeting, which I think we're on February 4th and February 7th. We'll get to that in a minute. But in terms of the report itself, do you recall why you appreciate that this report is about the Red Hill Valley Parkway? But was that the only reason why you didn't include the link results in there? It is half of, if I can call it that, of the Tradewind report.
We attached the Tradewind report in the appendix. No, but here we didn't. We didn't say, yeah, for the reason that you said.
Okay, and the Tradewind report says that the link was consistently between a grip number of 52 to 60 with an overall average of 58, except for, whereas the Red Hill, except for one approximately 600 meter area in the outside lanes where the Red Hill testing portion joined up with the link, that the Red Hill was in the range of 30 to 40 with some as low as 27. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so that's, roughly it's a difference of 20 at the low end, 30 to 52, and at the high end, 40 versus 60. Which would you agree that's a pretty substantial difference for a single continuous facility?
Yes, I do.
Right. And some might say that the difference between the results on the link and the Red Hill is the most striking thing about the trade wind report, given that it shows drastically different results on a continuous road, which were paved at different times and using a different mix. But was that not a relevant thing to mention and refer to as this very significant difference?
Oh, I didn't mention, but if our recommendation was followed, microsurfacing offers a very high friction number that would be close to what was on the link.
Right.
But it's not here in the report.
Okay. Now, internally at Boulder, you did mention this. If we could go to overview document, maybe leave up one of these pages, registrar, and pull up overview document 6, images 93. Actually, no, you'll have to do 93 and 94 and take down the other document. Thank you. So in between, after receiving the trade wind report, but before sending it to Mr. Moore on January 27th, if you look at paragraph 245, you emailed internally at Golder to Michael Mahar, Andrew Ballas Sundaram, Dr. Henderson, and Ms. Rizvi about the trade wind results. And if you could expand the paragraphs at the bottom of that page and the top of the next. And you start with, I hope this will be of interest to you. And you go on to describe the FN results for the Red Hill and the link and the mixes used on the Red Hill being the SMA and an SP 12.5 FC2 with Ontario Trap Rock and 10 RAP used on the link. And then in the second paragraph, you refer to the trap rock used on the RHVP, meeting all the specified requirements. You go on to say, we haven't tested polished stone value, PSV, for any of the aggregates. There is also an interesting question. Are the SN numbers for the surface on the link so much better only because of better trap rock, or the fact that there was 10% RAP with much softer limestone aggregate added to the link mix? So a mixture of hard and soft rock had a big impact on the frictional characteristics, question mark. And then you go on to indicate that you're interested in buying PSV testing equipment, given the importance of frictional characteristics of pavements. So here you describe it as drastically better on the link as compared to the Red Hill. Again, you thought this was worthwhile to mention internally at Golder. Can I ask you again why it was something that was not considered worthwhile to mention in the Golder report itself?
To me, it was a technical question to discuss with my colleagues because the values on the link were unusually high. and I thought that that was, in my opinion, because of the addition of 10% of soft material. And I read some papers, I think, about this. I also had some practical experience with one of the airports that they observed something similar. So I thought that was interesting to bring to their attention and ask if it was worth, research and buying a PSV equipment and looking into this.
Right. So I understand the final paragraph in that respect about what Golder's interest might be in future testing on other matters. But it's why the differential is, which you describe as drastically different, is not put into the Golder report. You don't have any other further insight on that, or do you?
To me, the values that were on the Red Hill Valley Parkway were not lower that would be typically anticipated on other roads. So, even if, when I look at that MTO, I think it was 2000 paper on 10 years of SMA and compared with DFC. So that was not lower. For me, it was rather, as I say, this interest of this technical aspect of the difference.
Okay, so I'm having a little bit of problem there. When you say that the values on the Red Hill were not lower than would be typically anticipated on other roads, and yet you said that the results were not adequate. How do you square that?
Oh, it is. Friction numbers are only one aspect of safety, and there is a large number of factors. I mentioned it. Presentation by John Emery Grip when he lists a number of factors. So friction numbers are only one line. There are other factors. That's what I had in mind. So those numbers, and even if you look at the MTO paper, those values were pretty close to what was observed on 401 using not only SMA but also DFC mixes. So they were not significantly lower than that. They were like typical values, but there was a concern about safety, but it should be looked at wider than just these numbers. So that was
okay. So yeah, when you refer to MTO numbers, those are using a locked wheel tester at a posted speed, which is 100 kilometers per hour.
Yes.
So you're dealing with a different measuring device at twice the speed, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when you refer to it being comparable to those MTO numbers, you're dealing with a different measuring device at a different speed. Is that something that?
I think all these devices, they have the value. So whether it's locked wheel or grip tester, the lower the higher the number, the better the friction, the better it is. So I think in my very initial comparison, I estimated that roughly the grip tester would be slightly higher. I think initially, it was about 2.5 units, then the locked wheel. So, when I compare this, they would be similar. And as I mentioned later on, I verified and compared N-Globe with AIRA and got some similar difference. So there was some difference, but not drastic in my opinion. And yeah.
All right. And so you referred to that it being a wider issue than just the numbers. And so is one of those issues that you're talking about is that the geometry of the facility?
Yeah, yes. So, I think,
Sorry.
I'm not a geometry consultant, safe consultant, but I remember that, like, I worked for John Emery for 10 years. So I know that one of Swift conferences, John had a presentation, Get a Grip, and he listed a number of factors. And it's, geometry, aspects related to roadway. This includes geometry, also driveway and environment. And, and of course, in my opinion, always speed is number one.
Right. And okay, so from having worked extensively on the Red Hill for a period of years at this point, and having driven the link and the Red Hill, you were aware at the time that the geometry of the link and the Red Hill were very different. Is that right?
Oh, I didn't have any details. I didn't have drawings, but I knew that the link was straight and the Red Hill Valley had a lot of turns. Yeah. Right,
exactly. And it had the link is straight vertically and horizontally, and the Red Hill is not. It has vertical curves, the Red Hill, and horizontal curves, right?
Yes.
And right. And as well, interchanges that are relatively close together. It's another issue. Certainly Golder's Council has raised this many times. Is that something you adverted to at the time?
No, not at the time. I look at this during the inquiry.
Okay.
Then I look at MTO guideline, but at the time I just knew from my practical experience driving, mainly I admit mainly to the monitoring station, what it was, and particularly the speed.
Okay, so speed and the curvy nature of the Red Hill these are things which you thought were also relevant factors to consider when looking at the frictional qualities of the road? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I didn't think about, I didn't know the geometry. I'm not a geometry consultant. So I was concerned about, mainly about the speed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, because it was, we monitor the speed, we report, and we deliver the report to the city, and actually driving to the station was not, how can I say, not nice, because of the speed. And actually driving there was not that bad. And then then we had to pull over to the station, but merging was not nice because of very high speed of the traffic there. So you had to step on gas and then merge the traffic, and often they would hone it. So it wasn't nice. So I knew that this didn't like the speed on the Parkway.
Were those things that were in your mind when you were assessing the need for frictional remediation on the Red Hill?
Or such aspect as speed, I think I didn't mention in the report, but it was discussed with the city. Now I discussed with the city. I also, in all technical papers, it was always stated that the speed much exceeds the posted speed. I didn't know the range because the monitoring station was not very accurate. It only said 120 plus. I don't know what the maximum was. I could only see what was in that station.
I understand. I'm asking whether or not that was something that informed your recommendations in the Golder report.
Whether it impacted, I think my main concern was that if police say it's slippery, then it's. I think you have to take action. You have to consider this thing seriously. And there was also, in that chain of emails, there was information that there was some collision. I think at that point of time, the statement was that there is nothing really significant, but there were. As far as I remember, they said about collision and slipperiness of the pavement. So it was obviously the concern for me.
And several minutes ago, we were talking about the error in reporting the average numbers, reversing the north and southbound lanes. Had you understood and reported that correctly, would it have caused you to change your conclusions and recommendations in any way?
No, I think my recommendations were final, and I was comfortable with them. And they, in my opinion, they were met both aspects, friction and structural capacities, and increase the number close to the link. So they would not.
Okay. And what if you'd come to the conclusion on what you just described as the structural capacity? So there you're talking about the cracking and the potential delamination or debonding, the pavement deterioration issues. What if you'd come to the conclusion that those did not require any action, that those were not as much of a problem or no problem? What would you have recommended with respect to the relatively low friction issue on its own in that situation?
So you mean that the structural capacity and pavement visual condition would be perfect with no distresses? Yes, so only friction aspect.
Yeah, you said it's never perfect before, right?
Yeah,
So
okay.
It had to be perfect, but it didn't require any action on its own. What would your recommendation have been with respect to friction in that instance?
It would be the same. I would still recommend microsurfacing.
Right. You wouldn't recommend presumably the mill and pave at that point, because that was rather it would be a microsurfacing across the entire facility. Is that right?
Oh, so yeah. So obviously, I would not recommend mill and pave. I would not recommend route and seal the cracks because they would not exist. But I would recommend microsurfacing.
Okay. You said at first you would have, but then you said I might have recommended microsurfacing. Would you have or might?
No, I would recommend microsurfacing.
Okay. All right, now if we can take that down, registrar, and go to overview document 6, paragraphs 99 and 100. And earlier you referred to a call and a meeting with Mr. Moore, and these paragraphs 259 and 260 reflect your notes on February 3rd and 4th, and then on February 7th. First, in paragraph 259, indicating just a reference to Mr. Moore on February 3rd, and then a subsequent note referencing a telephone call with him on February 4th. And then in paragraph 260, reflecting a meeting with Mr. Moore on February 7th at 8 a.m. And do you recall the call and the meeting on February 4th and 7th, respectively?
I definitely remember the meeting very well. I think the call was, it was like, the notes are so tidy, so I must have prepared them before the call. It was just to discuss with, or let's say request a meeting with Mr. Moore and to cover the following subjects. But it was just a list of subjects that we would discuss. So
right, you're part of your practice of doing notes in advance of an event.
Yes, so so that was only for the call, and then before the meeting, I also I prepare more items, more exact, what to discuss during the meeting.
Okay, so what about the call? I can see what your notes say. Do you recall what you discussed on the call?
I don't have exact recollection of that call, and no, but I think it was probably, I called him out. Can we meet, on whenever Mr. Moore was available to discuss the following subjects.
Okay, so to set the agenda to let him know what you wanted to talk about?
Yes, basically like the initial agenda for, what we could discuss during the meeting.
Okay. So in your note in paragraph 259, it refers to a number of things, but B is RHVP and link friction, then instrumentation, and then CTAA 6 years after, and then PMTR 3. That's again the third phase of the PMTR.
Yes.
Okay. And CTA 6 years after, is that coming back to the paper that you had proposed way back in 2013?
So in 2013, that was a TAC abstract for a TAC paper.
Right.
This was a CTAA, Canadian Technical Asphalt Association. For me, it would be a perfect subject for a CTAA paper. So I like teaching. I like sharing the knowledge, and I don't know if if I can elaborate a little bit.
No,
yeah.
You were contemplating at that point. You wanted to raise the issue of doing a paper again on the issue of the Red Hills 6 years after.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Okay. And then what about the meeting itself on February 7th?
So the meeting,
Maybe we can expand those, Registrar, the notes in 260. And while it's doing that, first of all, it indicated that it was, I think at 8 o'clock. Is that typically when you described that you would meet with him early in the morning until he got too busy?
Yes. Typically, I think Mr. Moore typically started working at 7:30, but I would meet with him at 8 o'clock. I would come to the office. I would give him a call. He would come to the door, open the door, and let me in. And then we would typically be 1 hour meeting. But as I mentioned before, first half an hour was productive, but then later on, the phone started to ring, and then it would be difficult to discuss the subject. So I had these items prepared that I knew I had a short time half an hour or more, a little bit more before to cover those the subjects.
Okay, and do you recall how long this meeting went for?
For an hour.
It did take, this meeting took an hour?
It took an hour, yes.
Okay. And did you bring a copy of the Golder report to the meeting?
I brought 2 copies of the Golder report, one for Mr. Moore, one for like myself, that I could look at this. And also, I believe that I brought a copy of a brochure or microsurfacing that I got from Mr. Trevor Moore from Miller, but I don't have this thing in the notes. But I think I brought a copy of the brochure.
Okay. And that's Trevor Moore of Miller Paving,
Trevor Moore of Miller Paving, yes.
right? Is that a brochure? We can get to that, but a brochure about microsurfacing?
About microsurfacing, yes.
Okay, so I'll come back to that. You had a hard copy for yourself and a hard copy for Mr. Moore of the Golder report. And did that include the trade wind report as the appendix?
Yeah, it was a bulky. I don't remember what total, like close to 200 pages or something. Everything was attached.
Okay. And you had already sent it to him by email. So why are you bringing him a hard copy?
I sent it to him just for his information, but this meeting and hard copy was in order to discuss the subject that we listed, in particular the subject of Red Hill Valley Parkway and 6 years and friction and link on these aspects.
And did Mr. Moore have any comment about hard copies and emailing reports?
I recall that he wasn't happy with me sending the email to him. I think he said that I should bring a hard copy, not send an email.
And did he say that to you in the meeting or at another time?
No, in the meeting.
In the meeting?
Yes.
And so that you should bring a hard copy, not send an email. You did bring a hard copy. So he was talking about your previously having emailed him?
Yes, a few days before I emailed him the entire report.
Right. And so what was his concern about emailing? Did he describe what that was?
No, he didn't.
What did you take him as meaning?
About this statement?
Yeah.
I thought that he was too busy. And it was, a bulky report, 200 pages. So at that time, my impression was that he was too busy. He wasn't happy with the email.
Right, but it was typically your practice to email him draft reports, right?
Typically, yes.
Right. And did you subsequently send him reports by email?
Oh yeah, I think yes, I think so.
Right. So was it just this report that he didn't want by email?
I think that was this particular one, yes.
Okay. Do you recall anything else he said around that?
No, not about this aspect of emailing. No, only that what I said.
Okay. All right. And so how did the meeting then proceed?
Oh, we, as you see, I had, prepared the agenda quite well. So I had this item. So I was just going, I think probably in the order that I have it, just item by item to make sure that I would cover everything within that hour. So, whatever was on the list, we discussed. We talk about this. Yes? Whatever was in this agenda.
Okay. And how long did you spend going through the Golder report and the appended Tradewind report?
Time.
Did you physically look at? Did you actually look at individual pages in the report with him?
Probably maybe not, page by page, because it was too much, and the actual report itself is not that big. The appendices are huge with all this profile results, etc. So it would be just going through aspect, like 6 years. That would be 6 years. That would be structural condition of the payment recommendations. I don't know if you want me to real briefly go item by item or.
Well, I just before you go out, I'm wondering specifically with respect to the Golder report, whether I think you just described, you looked at the sections 5 and 6, which were the conclusions and the recommendation, the friction thing, and then the recommendations. Did you go through those with them?
Oh, definitely 5 and 6, but also the structure, condition, coring. I know that for us it was very important that it was perpetual pavement, so the cracking was top down. So this aspect, but I believe at that time mainly the report part of the entire document. Yes.
Okay. And did you actually walk through the Tradewind report in the appendix with him?
I don't think so. I told him that it is attached in the appendix, but no, I don't recall like going through him with him through the Tradewind appendix.
Okay. And did you have any sense one way or the other of whether Mr. Moore had read the Golder report and the Tradewind report prior to the meeting?
In my opinion, he didn't.
That he did not?
He did not.
Okay. So you don't know, but that was your impression from your discussion with him?
Yeah, that was. That was my impression during the conversation, the meeting that he did.
Okay. And so how long do you think you spent going through the actual report with him?
Probably, number 1 and number 2. Number 1 and number 2 would probably be about, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, so that's the 6 years and then the CTA paper and then RHVP and link friction report?
Yes.
Okay. And did you describe to him, since you didn't take him through physically through the Tradewind report, as you mentioned, did you describe the differential results between the Red Hill and the link?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you have a specific recollection of having done so?
No, I don't have detailed recollection, but this is like, my notes show exactly that I talk about Red Hill Valley and link friction report. So I must have talked about, I'm positive I talk about, what was the opinion about the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the link and the difference. We talk about this.
Okay. And did Mr. Moore raise any concern with you about a UK standard being used in the Tradewind report?
No, he didn't.
Do you recall if you discussed that a UK standard had been used in the Tradewind report?
In my, I think I did, maybe not too, extensively, but I think I mentioned what, I talked to him what was in the report and what he compared it to, but we didn't discuss this thing, broadly or over a long period of time.
Did Mr. Moore instruct you to contact Tradewin to obtain more information about UK standards and how they apply to Ontario?
Oh, no, not at that time.
Okay. We'll get to a later time, but not at this time?
No.
All right. Do you recall Mr. Moore's reaction to the Tradewin report and the Golder report commentary on it?
He just I think, my opinion, he accepted what I said. So this is what the information that I provided. He understood, and there wasn't any particular, concern or about the recommendations and the findings. No, it was just me presenting what was there, and he understood this thing.
And how did you present your recommendations? What did you say to him?
Well, I think it's this is what's in my notes, that I told him that we recommend it wasn't not only micro surfacing for the friction, but because we talk about obviously about the structural distresses and et cetera. So I think we definitely, I recommended microsurfacing. I provided the brochure, and that would address both aspects, the friction and structural and visual condition of the pavement. So, in my opinion, it was clear what we recommended.
And do you recall if Mr. Moore described the Tradewin test results as being inconclusive?
No, I don't. I don't recall any inconclusive, even inconclusive. In the results are what they are. So no, I don't recall any this sort of statement from him.
And was there any comment from Mr. Moore that the Golder report, whether it's reasoning or recommendations, were invalid or incomplete or unclear? Was there any sort of negative commentary from him of that nature?
No, I don't recall any this sort of comments. I think they were very clear.
And you thought that Mr. Moore understood your recommendations and the reasons for your recommendations? I
think he did. Mr. Moore is a very good engineer and a very intelligent person. So I think he did.
Okay. There's a reference at number 10 in your notes to, it says PSV-no. What is that referring to? I know it's polished stone value, but what was the discussion about?
So PSV, yes, it's a polished stone value. So because of that, of friction aspect that we discussed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, then I asked if he was interested in us, testing PSV of that material. At that time, I knew that the mixed quarry was on the DSM list. So, the question was, oh, do you want us to test? But, the answer was no. So we didn't. I don't remember if I also was interested in testing PSV on the link material. That would be in my other side, but that was rather PSV of potential testing of PSV of recovered material from the Red Hill Valley Parkway. But no, there was the conclusion was no, don't test.
Okay, so just to back up a bit, in the email we looked at before, dated January 27th, internally at Golder, of course, you talked about PSV testing internally, and you ruminated about whether the difference between the link and the Red Hill might be related to the aggregates being used, and specifically the demix aggregates used in the SMA surface course on the Red Hill. You recall that? We just discussed it a few minutes ago.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So is it on that sort of topic that you think you raised this with Mr. Moore?
I don't have a direct or detailed recollection whether we talk about the link. It is possible that because I mentioned it before that why was the PSV value so high on the link? But I think the main thing was on the Red Hill Valley Parkway that it is on the DSM. Don't test it. I was interested in, as you know, in the link aggregate, but I don't recall details whether I suggested to him to test it.
Okay.
I know it was a Red Hill Valley.
So
Definitely.
to unpack what you said before about demix aggregates, you knew because you knew it was on the designated source materials list, the DSM of the MTO. You knew that quarry was on the DSM at that point, right?
Yes, the quarry appeared on the DSM list in 2009.
Right, and from that you derived, because you knew what the requirements were for being listed on the DSM, that it had tested as having a PSV of 50, and with no, on average, with no result being lower than 48, right?
Yes, so it would have to be not less than 50. Yes.
Yeah, and so why then the wanting to test it now? If that being the case, is that because of the friction testing results, which, as you'd have described, were relatively low, and you wanted to ascertain whether the polished stone value testing would verify that? That it would provide more evidence of that, or is it something else?
Just to get more information about this, because the aggregate was good because it was on the DSM list, but then police says it's slippery, and those results were relatively low, but then the police saying that it was slippery. So just in my opinion, the aggregate characteristics change during when the pavement is in service. So just I was thinking about verifying this thing.
Right, verifying the friction results, test results by Tradewind. I appreciate it's a different test, but it's
yeah. So verifying the characteristics of the aggregate, that that this PSV as recovered. What would it be? Would it be higher than 50 or not? I didn't know what the test results were. So just to verify whether it's an aggregate issue or not.
Right. And when you say to verify if it's an aggregate issue, to see if PSV was unduly low, that you would have concern that the frictional, the low frictional or relatively low frictional quality was related to the aggregate. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
And then in the same note here, under 13, it says micro, comma, blasting. Actually, I'm sorry, before we get on to that, I apologize, before we leave PSV, you indicated that Mr. Moore said no to PSV testing, right?
Yes, no to PSV testing.
Okay, did he give a reason?
Because it was on the DSM list.
Okay, so you told him it was on the DSM list as part of your conversation. He said, no, we don't need to test it as a result of that.
Yeah, so that would be like, I don't remember the details, the words, what we said, but that was the conclusion. No, it's on the DSM list. This is 6 years, was it? 2007, 13 years. It's a 6 years old pavement, so no, we don't need to test it.
All right. So here it says micro and blasting. Is that referring to microsurfacing and shot blasting?
Yeah, definitely microsurfacing, and blasting is probably more than shot blasting, because I use the word blasting, but I think skid abrading, shot blasting, or, there are a number of terms, but I simplified to the word blasting.
Okay, because skid abrading is a type of shot blasting, right?
Yes, skid abrading is a type of shot blasting. Yes, it is.
All right. And you talked about the information you had obtained from Trevor Moore of Miller Paving. And we'll come to that. But what did you describe to Mr. Moore here? What was your discussion around those topics?
So microsurfacing, as I mentioned, in my opinion, it was a perfect solution. Trevor gave me Trevor was from Miller Paving, which in my opinion was the best. Not to offend other contractors, but the experts in this type of treatment, and he provided me with the price, $3.5 per meter square. That it's always important to know the price of this sort of treatment, and so just to present, yes, this is the technology, this is the contractor who can do it, and this is the price of application. Yes, so that was for micro. For do you also want me to talk about blasting?
Yeah, what you told them.
So blasting is like let's put it in, like a cheap version of friction numbers improvement. A cheap, I mean, it's not cheap in terms of quality, but it's lower cost and it's very quick. Now, I think I told him at that time that airports, because as you know, I do a lot of airport work. Airports use skid abrading and shot blasting for rubber removal, first of all, and also to improve friction. So they call it retexturing. So, and it's very quick, very cost effective, doesn't change the appearance of the pavement, but it improves micro and macro surf texture of the pavement.
And you referred to Trevor Moore having sent you a brochure. And I think you indicated that you believed you gave a copy of the brochure to Mr. Moore, to Gary Moore.
I believe I did. I don't have this thing in my notes, but I think this. He sent me a few days before this meeting. He sent me a brochure, so I believe I would give him I gave him a copy of the brochure.
Okay, so there is, if we could take that down, but keep image 100 up, and if we could go to image 82 as well. We know that in paragraph 212, see there's a reference on December 20th that Trevor Moore emailed you attaching various brochures and guidelines related to microsurfacing and slurry seal. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, it is. I that time I don't think I gave him the slurry seal because it was no, I didn't consider this slurry seal to be applicable, but microsurfacing, yes, this is the brochure that I got from Trevor.
You can take that down and go back to the notes, please. In 260, if you could expand the notes, thank you. So what was Mr. Moore's reaction to the microsurfacing and shot blasting that you raised?
The reaction was, I gave him the brochure and then, talk about the technology and he just, in my opinion, I would say he acknowledged that, yes, he received this information. Yes.
Okay. Did he give an indication of whether he was inclined to accept your recommendations or no?
No, he didn't.
Like not one way or the other?
No, I don't recall, no.
And what about the resurfacing of the shave and pave of approximately 2.5 kilometers of the Red Hill? What about that? He received it. Did he give an indication as to what his viewpoint was on it?
I don't recall. I know, like, microsurfacing. I knew that I described, microsurfacing that also in terms of dips. I think that time I told him that, it was, I think I told him that, the dips and depressions, you can put a scratch coat and then the surface coat. So that was for me an attractive alternative for addressing this thing quickly. When it comes to this mill and overlay of that short section, I don't recall any, what he said about this. To me, it was obvious it had to be done on a perpetual pavement, but I don't recall what he said. No, don't recall details of what his response was.
There's a reference in your note to number 3 to crosswalks and friction and BPN. And we know that one of the things that Golder asked Tradewind to do at Mr. Moore's request was to test some painted crosswalks. Am I correct that that's what this is about?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and Tradewind wasn't able to do it, wasn't the proper equipment. So am I correct, you're suggesting here that potentially it could be done using the British pendulum?
Yes, I think Tradewind tried, but they didn't get any reasonable numbers. So, we decided the only solution would be to use BPN.
Okay, and that's an independent issue, am I correct, from the Red Hill? So it's a separate point?
It's not on the Red Hill. No, it's not.
Yeah, well, no crosswalks on the Red Hill itself.
No.
But, okay.
No.
All right. And so the issue with the crosswalks was that anything that would have prevented the Golder report from being finalized? It was currently in draft form, but that
No.
being finalized?
No, that had nothing to do with the Red Hill Valley Parkway. No, it didn't.
All right. And were there any action items or follow-up respecting the Red Hill Valley Parkway or the Golder report or the Tradewind report following from this meeting?
No, no, I think it was, our analysis were final, recommendations were final and presented to the client. No, there wasn't any action requested by Mr. Moore. No.
And did Mr. Moore ever provide you with comments on the Golder report?
No, he didn't. Like 2 years, about 2 years later, he went by, but not, no, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Okay, and again, we'll get to that, but certainly not at this time.
No.
All right. And did Mr. Moore ever ask you to finalize the Golder report?
No, he didn't.
Did he ever tell you not to finalize the Golder report?
No, he didn't.
Why did you not finalize it following this meeting?
But, it was like, Mr. Moore often, he didn't care about finalizing. He just wanted the information. He wanted the numbers and move ahead. That was his attitude. And, for me, it was, the analysis were final, recommendations were final. And there was no request. I asked him even in the email if there was any comment to provide. Nothing was provided. So.
Oh, you mean in the email when you sent when you emailed the report to him on January 31st, 2014, when you asked him if he had any comments?
Yes.
Right. And is that unusual or is that usual? Not with just respect to the city of Hamilton or Mr. Moore, but that, if you've been retained to conduct a project, you write a report and are not asked to finalize it.
No, our practice would be to submit a draft report to the client, discuss, or sometimes, even discussion, get their comments, and finalize. Typically, the request would come from the client. Please finalize the report. Here are the comments. Oh, we have no comments. So that was our practice.
Right, and so am I correct then that it was unusual for you to not finalize a report once you'd submitted a draft to a client?
Yeah, so typically we would finalize after we got comments and requests from the client. Please finalize this. Are the final comments or no comments? Yeah.
So, and if you haven't heard back from a client respecting a draft report, would you typically follow up to ask them if they would like it to be finalized?
Yeah, in some cases we could, but typically, Mr. Moore didn't care about this. He always wanted to move ahead. So the impression he didn't care about it. He just wanted to get the information, get the numbers, and move ahead.
Were there other instances with Mr. Moore where you didn't finalize the report?
Like, we'll, for instance, when we got the dips and in the dips were in 2016.
Yeah.
He didn't want anything. He just wanted the numbers, the Excel spreadsheet and maps, and he wanted to move ahead. He didn't want any report. He just wanted the numbers and decide what to do and move ahead.
Right, and we'll get to that, but again, that wasn't a report itself. It was just the numbers. You went out, you did further inertial profile testing, I believe, but there wasn't even a draft report, correct?
No, there wasn't. No, right. There wasn't any.
So, right.
I think I think in the case in 2006 when we did the after we finalized the feasibility study, but the design he just wanted to move ahead. We didn't. So I think it was his attitude, his approach that he just wanted to move ahead.
Okay. And at this time, were you waiting for any further information or work from Tradewind in order to finalize the Golder report?
No, I didn't.
And were your or Golder's analysis and recommendations complete?
Yes, they were.
And in your experience, if Mr. Moore wanted further steps to be taken or more work to be done to complete a draft report, how long after delivery of the draft would he provide those instructions?
Oh, Mr. Moore responded promptly. He responded on, typically he responded right away. For within a day or two, he would respond immediately.
Before we leave the meeting on the 7th, did you and Mr. Moore talk about the complaints from the police or slipperiness? Was that something that you specifically discussed with him at the meeting?
No, I don't recall details. Obviously, I knew why they wanted us to do this thing from his initial request, but I don't recall any discussion about police complaints or no. I don't recall anything during the meeting.
Number 9 in your notes refers to HIR fiber projects that we sampled. What's that a reference to?
Hot in place recycling fiber project that we sampled. That was 2014. I believe that the city of Hamilton was the leader in using hot in place recycling years ago. Before, I had a list of a large number of projects where they use hot in place recycling. Now they were interested in bringing this technology back because it was very cost effective and considered to be environmentally friendly because you didn't have to when you mill overlay, you have to landfill the material. I said, in this case, you just use reuse existing material. So they were very interested in bringing back the hot in place recycling technology. A fiber project. I don't recall what is this fiber. I know that I consider fiber for microsurfacing for steel slag. Maybe this is okay. Maybe it's like this. Hot in place recycling. Oh yeah, I think now it makes sense. So Rick Andoga was to look at sections for hot in place recycling. Fiber was for sections from steel slag. Fiber, that would be the, what I said, I think yesterday, fiber, that would be the microsurfacing with the addition of fiber reinforcement as the treatment for old pavement that incorporated old poor quality steel slag and cracked. So that, and project that we sampled asphalt cement. I don't have detailed recollection of the last project that we sampled, so we must have done.
At this point in time, at this meeting, is that then, do I understand you correctly, as talking about hot in place recycling on city roads as opposed to on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
On city roads, yes.
Okay, so those references do not pertain to the part of the conversation with Mr. Moore about the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Is that right?
Oh, that was much later. No, they don't.
Okay. All right, and then you referred to, when I asked you about whether Mr. Moore asked you to do anything arising out of this meeting and out of the Golder report, And you said, no, it's not until a couple of years later. So if we could jump ahead almost a couple of years, if we could go to overview document 7, image 81. And I just want to use this to place it in time. On December 17, 2015, so I guess 22 odd months later, at 8:47 a.m., Mr. Moore emailed Dr. Uzorowski under the subject line for FW forward Red Hill SMA. And he says, here's a summary of the skid resistance tests. And then we see the language that we saw from your email to Mr. Moore on January 24th, 2014. And so the inquiry doesn't have any written communications that have been provided to us between your meeting on February 7, 2014, and this email from Mr. Moore on December 17, 2015, with respect to the trade wind report and the trade wind friction test results. Do you recall having any communications with Mr. Moore on that topic between February 7, 2014 and December 2015?
No, there was nothing between those 2 days, nothing.
Okay.
No communication.
And do you know why Mr. Moore sent you this email on December 17, 2015?
No, I don't. I think I said it before, it was like out of the blue. It surprised me. That was an edited version of my email. No, I don't know. And it was 8:47, very early. I don't know.
Okay, so then to place it in time, I'm just going to go back to a couple of note references and other communications in that interim period between your meeting in February 2007 and receipt of this email. So if we could now go to back to overdue document 6, registrar, and images 137 to 138. And it's paragraph 398, which covers both images. It says, on January 22nd, 2015, Mr. Moore left Dr. Uzorowski a voicemail, and the message did not provide context regarding the intended purpose of the call. Dr. Uzorowski's notebook contains an entry from the same date, which lists to Gary Moore, RHVP, 6 years later. Do you recall what this was about?
Well, let me, no, I don't recall. And it definitely was. It must have been about our payment evaluation 6 years after, but I don't have any recollection of that call. What was discussed? I don't.
Do you recall having a conversation with them around about that time about, even if you don't remember specifics, but about the RHVP 6 years later, which does appear to be a reference to the Golder report and its investigations?
I don't, if it's in my notes, then, we must have talked about this. I don't recall it could be about dips, because I know he was always interested in dips and bumps. But no, I don't have, I don't want to speculate. I don't recall.
Okay. You take that down, Registrar. And we know that in 2015, the city retained SEMA again to conduct a safety assessment of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Were you aware of that in 2015?
No, not in 2015.
Is that yesterday you talked about not being aware of SEMA's involvement with respect to the Red Hill until much later, December 2018. Is it the same with respect to this report or this safety assessment in 2015?
That's correct.
All right, if we could go to overview document 7, Registrar, images 36 and 37. And this is not an email that you're copied on. But in paragraphs 106 and 107 is indicating that Mr. Moore forwarded your January 24th, 2014 email to Brian Malone at SEMA. And it contains the same transposed right lane, left lane reversal. You see that?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, not right lane, left lane. I pose southbound and northbound transposition. I apologize. Okay, and do you have any awareness of Mr. Moore sending this to Mr. Malone at that time?
No, I don't.
Right, you didn't. Was it just a? Sorry, you didn't at that time?
No, I didn't know anything about this.
Okay, and when did you become aware of that?
I became aware of SEMA involvement when I met with Mr. Gord McGuire on December the 18th, 2018. And then during this inquiry, I look at the document, documents.
This specific document you were aware of in the context of this inquiry?
Of this inquiry, yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could go, Registrar, to overview document 7, images 77 to 78. And there's a number of paragraphs here that beginning at 246 and 247, and it goes on to the next image. And I'll just summarize it for you. It's a community group called the Lakewood Beach Community Council, who emailed the mayor and council on December 9, 2015. So now we're shortly before the email I took you to from Mr. Moore on December 17th. They're asking questions about friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. There's a response, as you'll see in paragraph 247 on December 10th from Councillor Tom Jackson to the Lakewood Beach Community Council, copied to a number of people, including Mr. Moore. And then just go to the next image, Registrar. Paragraphs 248 and 249 are just, again, further communications between the community council and Councillor Jackson with other individuals copied. But did Mr. Moore ever tell you that a community group was asking questions relating to friction testing?
No, he didn't.
Were you aware of it at that time?
About this emails and request? No, I was not.
Okay. Did Mr. Moore ever mention that group, the Lakewood Beach Community Council?
No, I don't recall him mentioning this thing to me. No.
Okay. All right, and then if we go to image 80. And in paragraph 253, if you could call that up, Registrar. On November, so there's a number of notes that you have with just Hamilton in it. So on November 19, 2015, your notebook indicates talk to Gary Moore, and then you wrote Hamilton in your notebook on November 20th, 27, 30, and again on December 7th, 2015. Do you recall if you and Mr. Moore spoke about the Tradewind report or friction testing on the Red Hill on or about those dates before Mr. Moore sends you the email on December 17th?
No, I don't recall any.
Okay. All right. And then if we could go to the next image, 81 and 82, please. And so at paragraph 254 and 255, 255 is the email from the 17th of December that we already briefly looked at from Mr. Moore to you. And above that in 254, if you could call that up, please, Registrar. It's a December 17 note in your notebook, same day as the email from Mr. Moore sent to you in the morning. Do you recall if you had a discussion with him that same day?
Oh, definitely. Like, I rely a lot on my notes, and yeah, I must have had a discussion with him. But I think this was probably this number 254 was after 255, because he sent that email so early to me that I believe he sent me an email and then we talk about this.
Right.
But
So
we definitely talk about this because it's in my notes.
okay. And so do I understand correctly as saying that although you don't specifically recall, you think Mr. Moore sent you the email first in the morning on December 17th, and then you had a discussion with him?
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And do you recall the discussion, or is it just the notes that you have?
I can see the subjects, deep, yeah. So I would have to rely on my notes because this is definitely what we covered in our discussion, but I don't have like a detailed recollection of our conversation.
Okay. What is your recollection of the, and if it's not detailed, what is your recollection of your discussion with him?
So, it's like it says asphalt cement, I think roughly about the time he won. Oh, okay. I don't know, how much you can talk. You want me to talk about the asphalt cement? There was a big issue related to asphalt cement in the Italian province. And the ministry.
So is this specifically related? Is this related to the Red Hill?
No.
Okay. What parts of these are related to the Red Hill?
That would be definitely not the first three. AC, survey by Sandy, specification, that wasn't. Results review. I don't think. So that would be item link, Red Hill Valley, That would be, and then the last one, dips there. So these two items, link, Red Hill Valley, and dips. These were related to the Red Hill Valley Parkway and link.
Okay. And what did you discuss about it? Do you recall?
Oh, that was, after receiving that email from Mr. Moore.
Can you take that down, Registrar, so we can see the, thank you. Yep.
So,
255.
So, in the morning, I received the edited version of my old email sent to him. and followed with a telephone call. I'm just looking at another one at the same day, 12:45. Okay. So, I received the email, then you had a telephone conversation, and then I responded sending him, this is like, to specify, resending him the trade wind report. So he must have requested the trade wind report, and we must have talked about the dips on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the way of fixing it, or not initially measuring and then fixing. So I think he requested the report, trade wind report.
Okay. And yeah, that's about 3.5 hours after his Mr. Moore's email to you that you send him the trade wind report. And that's just the trade wind report, not attached to the Golder report. I can take you to it, but it was just the trade wind report itself, not the Golder report. Do you recall if he just said, just send me the trade wind report?
This is what my email says. So I resended him the trade wind report, and I understand from that email that he must have asked me about some standards and or anticipated values. So that would be for that what was shown in the trade wind report.
Okay, and did you have any sense that Mr. Moore had in your conversation that he had forgotten about the trade wind report? I mean, you already had it. You'd emailed it to him, you'd given him a copy, and then you're sending it to him again. So did you have any sense that maybe he forgot about it?
No. He didn't. No, he did.
Okay. But you don't recall specifically why he asked you to send it to him again?
No, I don't. Have detailed remember why. I see. Yes, he asked me to resend him the report, but why I don't. The reason I don't know. Like he just simply asked, and he asked about some, some standards, some comparisons. So.
You recall if you asked him why he sent you this edited version of your January 24th, 2014 email?
If I ask him why?
Yeah. He didn't just flip you your prior email or reply to it. Why don't we go to it itself? This is a Golder 2681 registrar. There it is. So it's from Mr. Moore to you on December 17/15 at 8:47 a.m. And so it's an independent, self-standing email from Mr. Moore, which has the very similar language to your January 24, 2014 email, but it's not a reply to it. It's like a cut and paste to an extent.
Yes, this is the edited version of, this is actually like what you showed yesterday, what he sent to Tom DiGiaco. So I for me, I know it was a surprise to me. I received something like this at 8:47 early in the morning. No, I don't remember if I asked him why, but I was surprised that I suddenly received my own email.
But not your actual email.
No. Okay, like not my actual email, but what was in edited version of what I sent him, roughly about 2 years ago. So.
Okay. And okay, you can take that down, please, registrar. Sorry, and go back to overview document 7, image 82, please. And then you wrote back, as we indicated, with the Tradewind report, you wrote, please find attached the November 2013 report from Tradewind Scientific on friction testing on Red Hill Valley Parkway and Lincoln Alexander Parkway. I will look at some standards or anticipated values and call you. So, and I think you indicated that I think Mr. Moore asked you to do that. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And why did you understand why he was looking for that? Did he describe it to you?
I understand from that email that he requested Tradewind report, and also he wanted to have some understanding of the correlation between the grip tester and locked wheel and this standards in the UK. So that would, I think later on, I started talking to Mr. Taylor, etc. So that was the starting point, and he asked for the report. Right. No, the Tradewind report, not my report.
He asked for the Tradewind report, right? And you had indicated at the February 7th meeting, February 7th, 2014 meeting, that you that he had expressed some displeasure about you having emailed the Golder report to him at this time. But you, as you indicated, he asked you to email him the Tradewind report now. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And at any time prior to this date, had Mr. Moore asked you to look into standards or anticipated values or to conduct any additional work in understanding the Tradewind report?
No, not before this. No, he didn't.
All right. And then later that same day, another at 2:57 p.m., if you look at paragraph 257, thank you. Just a minute. You responded to an email from Leonard Taylor of Tradewind titled Hamilton Friction Testing Results. And Mr. Taylor had his original email was the one that he sent providing you with the Tradewind report back on January 26, 2014. So he's just replying to the earlier, from almost 2 years before, email. And then you ask him a question about standards, and specifically you're asking about the ASTM 1844 standard in friction testing that you carried out on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Lincoln Alexander Parkways in the city of Hamilton in 2013. And then you talk about the ASTM 501 standard. So those are the tire standards, is that right?
Oh yeah, so that's a part of the testing, because they it's what 274 and the tire is covered by 501. Yeah, so these are the standards that were MTO used in 2007 and Tradewind used in 2013.
But are those both respecting the tires that are used?
No. Maybe I didn't include everything, because I think it was 274 was the test, but 501 covers the type of tires that should be used in the test.
Right. That's what I was asking. That 501 is the type of tire. What about ASTM 1844?
This is for grip test.
Okay.
And this, yeah.
All right. And then you ask about the correlation. Is there any correlation between GTN, which is grip test number, and FN, which is friction number? The GTN limits you gave in the report are from the UK. Do you know what the limits are typically used in the US or in Canada? So is this arising from your discussion with Mr. Moore that you described?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall if this is the first time you contacted Mr. Taylor about the UK standards referenced in the Tradewind report?
I think this is the first time that I have documented So I think it's probably, after that 2013, 14. So this is the first time after this 2 years that I think this is the first time after 2 years that I contacted him about it.
Okay. Just to make sure I understand you, are you suggesting that you contacted him about it at the time the trade wind report was issued to you?
No, about I don't think about the results, just about the testing. Or maybe it was only Dr. Henderson, but that was my that time my contact with him, and after that, no, I don't recall anything between that time and this.
Okay, so is this the first time that you had contact with Mr. Taylor about the UK standards referenced in the trade wind report?
I think it is.
Okay. And then a couple months later, on February 19, 2016, you followed up with Mr. Taylor, sent him an email following up on your December 17th, 2015 email. Do you recall if you had any discussions or communications with Mr. Taylor or anyone else at Tradewind in between those two dates?
I would have to rely on the emails in my notes, because if I had a conversation with Mr. Taylor, that would end up in my notes.
Right, and we don't have an email or that, and so I just.
So
you don't recall anything in between those two dates?
No, if it's not in my notes, it's likely that I didn't have any.
All right. And then if we could go, we have 82. If we could pull up 83 as well. So in 258, on December 23rd, 2015, you emailed internally at Golder to a number of people, Stephen Jagdat, copying Vimy Henderson, Rabia Rizvi, and Joe Lynn about a call with Mr. Moore. And that's at the top of the next page. If you could expand that. Yeah, thank you. You're indicating you had a phone call with Mr. Moore and say, please go ahead with the inertial profiler scan on the Red Hill. It would be great if we could do it between Christmas and the New Year. I will then need localized roughness analysis. I will have to tell them where to do the repairs and what repairs would be best. We would definitely need the GPS coordinates. So what was this about? You referred earlier to I think to inertial profiling that was done in 2016. And it not resulting in a report. Is this the lead into that?
Yes. This is that was the inertial profiler testing in 2000. So requested in 2015. Yes, this is the one.
Okay. And what was this a separate phone call with Mr. Moore? How did this arise?
I think it was a separate call. He wanted to know the location of dips and bumps. So it was a totally separate request, separate call.
Okay, and we actually at Registrar, if we could go to RHB 933, I think we do have a note at image 705. There we go. We have a few on the 21st and 22nd. We have references to Hamilton and Profiler, and then Hamilton on December 23rd, 2015. So if that assists you, what can you tell us though about what was going on here and what you were asked to do by Mr. Moore?
So it must have been at least on December the 21st or before, because I can see Rabia, so this is Miss Rizvi. I asked her to arrange a profilograph testing. So that must have been roughly requested at that time. And then following the Hamilton profile LU, or just probably, discuss, what to do. And this was just before Christmas. So, I think the intention was to test it before the new year, or before actually the winter setup.
Okay. And what's the concern that Mr. Moore was asking you to address?
His concern was about the location of dips and bumps, and then how to repair them. So, but first, locate where they are, exactly where they are.
Okay. And dips and bumps, is that descriptive? It means just.
Yeah, actually, that's, we typically call it dips. So, I would say irregularities in longitudinal profile of the road. So, I think we typically call it dips, but sometimes it's possible that you may also have a bump and you will have to grind it a little bit. So locate where those irregularities are, and then determine what to do with them.
Right. And did these conversations and what Mr. Moore is directing you to do these pertain at all to the trade wind report or friction testing or friction test results, or no?
No, not at all.
Commissioner, it is almost 11:30. I wonder if this would be a good time to take a break.
Certainly would be. Let's take a break until 11:45.
Thank you. We're back. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Yes, please do so.
Thank you. Just before the break, Dr. Zarowski, we were talking about the inertial profiler scanning. If we could register, go back to overview document 7, images 82 and 83. And you directed on December 23rd, as we saw on some other folks at Golder, to proceed with the profile scans. And am I correct? That was something that was done back in the 2013 investigations as part of the Golder report investigations. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
So same test, inertial profiler testing, right?
Yes, the same test.
Okay. And so why is it being done again now? What's the difference?
Let's say the same equipment was used, but the test was slightly different because in 2013, we determined IRI, International Roughness Index,
Yep.
which would generally evaluate the pavement surface, the roughness of the pavement surface. So it's for 100 meter sections, the IRI. And here, like you will see later on, we initially determined IRI too, but then Mr. Moore wanted the exact location of the dips. IRI will not tell you this. IRI is for 100 meters, but he wanted the exact location of the dips.
Okay, the precise location, and that isn't something that you had done back in 2013. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And okay, if we go now to image 84 and 85, the next 2 pages. In paragraph 264, we see that on February 2nd, 2016, you emailed Mr. Moore the results of the inertial profile survey. And there was you just referred to the 100-meter long sections for the IRI, the International Roughness Index, and described the results. And what was your view of the results?
Oh, the profile was good. Not, it's slightly deteriorated compared to 2013, but not too much. So overall, still, the profile was good. The IRI was low.
Okay. And did you have a discussion with Mr. Moore about this?
No, I sent him an email. As far as I sent him an email.
Yeah, this is the email on the 2nd. Maybe we'd pull that down. There is a response from Mr. Moore. February 3rd to your email that we just had up. So on the 3rd, he says, this really does nothing for me. We do IRI for our entire roads, and our asset management group has an entire pavement management program and process for dealing with this type of input. I am only interested in dealing with settlements along the Red Hill. Where are they? Are they related to any buried infrastructure, trench, excavation, duct? That's what I want to fix. Is that the response that you were talking about?
Yes, exactly.
So he's not very happy with it. And is that what you were describing, that he wanted the more precise results?
Yes, he wanted. So, that what we sent him was the initial stuff, because, you determine IRI with a click. It's in the program, but to go into precise location of the dips and bumps, you have to do more detailed analysis. You have to coordinate GPS, etc., to determine the location. So, yeah, but that was obviously his response, and we acted based on this.
All right, and it's quite a blunt response. I can characterize it that way. But is in terms of the timing of this, is this in line with what you described earlier about Mr. Moore's typical approach if he had feedback on work that you had done?
Yes, he was he was very direct in responding and very promptly.
Okay. And then if we would go to 85 and 86, we already have 85 up, pull up 86 as well. And these just describe from paragraphs 266 to 272. We don't need to go through each of them, but it just describes that in February and March 2016, further work was done on the profiles on this project that you were working on. Is that right? Just in terms of the timing, does that accord with your recollection?
Yes, it is. And I recall I did it myself. So it was very cumbersome and time consuming.
Okay. And then at 274, on the right-hand image on March 17, 2016, you emailed Mr. Moore the proposal for the profile testing, but it had already been done at that point. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, just sort of fell behind, and then the proposal came after the work.
It was so urgent for him, so I needed a proposal and PO from the client, but sometimes if the work was very urgent, then Golder allowed us to do the work based on email or verbal approval. Sometimes if it was very urgent, then Golder allowed me to do it.
Okay. One moment, please. And during that period that you're working on the inertial profile analysis, you sent Leonard Taylor at Tradewind an email that I alluded to earlier. If we could go to overview document 7, image 113. And this is a follow-up on February 19, 2016 to Mr. Taylor under the subject line, "Re contact information." And you just asked, "I would very much appreciate if you could send me some information about the correlation between the locked wheel tester numbers and the grip tester. My contact information is given below." You didn't forward or attach your prior email, but am I correct? This is a follow-up on your email back on December 17th, 2015?
I think, yes, it is.
And then we could keep that up, but also pull up 114. And in paragraph 362, he responds, if you could pull that up, the actual email on both pages. Right, and so this is February 20th, 2016. He responds with some information about this. And he says, per our discussion in that third paragraph. Do you recall having a discussion with him after your email?
I think it's in my notes, Leonard. So we must have discussed this thing. definitely, if he says, and I think it's in one of my notes, I believe.
Not sure. But do you have a recollection of it or just?
No, probably I don't have detailed recollection. That would have to rely on the notes.
One second. Not sure that we do. We'll see if we can pull it up, and if we can, we will. Okay, and he attaches to. He expresses what he would characterize as the advantages of the grip tester over the lock wheel tester, and gives three reasons. And he attaches a paper relating to the correlation of friction values. And if we could pull that up, it's at GOL 2687. And this is titled "A White Paper on Correlation of the Grip Tester Trailer to the ASTM E274 Skid Trailer" by Professor James C. Wombold and others, dated April 18, 2006. Was this a paper you were familiar with or unfamiliar with prior to him sending it to you?
I was familiar with it.
You were familiar with it?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And Mr. Taylor referred to that there in his email that quite good consistency was achieved under controlled comparative testing, referring to this paper. What was your view of that and of this paper?
It was an academic paper, and good from the academic point of view, but I didn't find any clear correlation. So for me, I appreciate what he said, and I know some of those people and what the work they did, but I didn't find this paper useful for what I was asking for. Okay,
and useful in what respect? In actually trying to say, okay, if you have a grip number of, and I'll just toss out numbers, I'm not assigning anything to a grip number of 40, that equals a friction number from the locked wheel tester of whatever number, 35, that sort of thing. It wasn't helpful. Yes. That sort of a specific analysis. Is that right?
Yeah, for this sort of correlation, because they analyze different slip speed and different speed, different water level. So as you say, I didn't find any similar correlation to what you've just mentioned.
Okay. But directionally, though, would you agree that it supports the general point that the grip tester is going to return a higher grip number than the locked wheel tester will return directionally?
Overall, yes. It's like it was like the grip tester should show somewhat higher number than the locked wheel tester.
Right. And if we could just go to image 12, I'll just give an example of that so we have a visual. Oh, maybe it's the next image. Maybe it's page 12. There we go. So there's a few graphs of this, and this is just one page. It's showing the grip tester on the X axis and the locked wheel tester on the Y axis, and plotting the results, and generally speaking, it's showing the higher grip tester numbers than locked wheel, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. You can take that down, Registrar. If we go back to overview document 7, image 114. In paragraphs 363 and 364, if you could call those up. February 22nd, you responded to him, asking him for the paper and the response. and ask if there are any values for the grip tester used for highway evaluation in Canada or the US. And he responds same day, February 22nd. I am not aware of any official recognized highway GT reference levels in Canada or the US. The best approach is probably to use cross correlation with values from other established devices such as the ASTM 274 standard. And do you recall if you had any further discussions or communications with Mr. Taylor on this issue?
I know that I had, a few, even, in my notes, there are some, but I don't, I would have to check my notes where, if, I know I had some discussions with him about this, but the exact date I would have to check in my notebooks.
Okay, so just going back to your prior one, I can tell you we do have some notes which we'll get to from May 2016 referencing Mr. Taylor, but we don't have anything back in February after your call and your emails with him in February here. I just advise you of that. We don't have anything until May in your notebook.
So
would that suggest to you that you didn't speak with him around this time period in February?
Well, I would have, if I don't have in my notes, then probably wouldn't. Probably the conversation, like ended everything somewhere in May, because if I talk to him, that would be in my notes. So no, I don't recall anything between.
All right, and then if you take that down, Registrar. And then 365. On the same page, you'll see that again on February 22nd, you have a notebook reference to Gary Moore, and it's RR-LU-VH. What's that refer to?
Made the following note in Gary Moore. So so I was probably preparing myself for the meeting with Mr. Moore, and RR is Rabbi Alizvi, LU is myself, and VH is Vimy Henderson. So maybe just to discuss the thing, but I think it was in preparation for that meeting with Gary Moore that I see I had on March the 4th, so it would be.
Okay, and is that a meeting? Was that a meeting with Mr. Moore on the 4th or a telephone call? Do you refer?
No, it was a face-to-face meeting.
A face-to-face? Okay, take that down, Registrar. Thank you. And if we could pull up the next page as well, 115. And if we could call up paragraph 366, which continues on to the next page. So does this note refer to the meeting with Mr. Moore that you just described on March 4th?
Yeah, that was a meeting with Mr. Moore.
All right, and these notes, are these taken before or during your meeting?
I believe they were after the meeting. Lasting spec profile result. I would have to look at my hand notes how tidy they are, but it looks to me that was rough. And from that last item, Steven Skidder, so that was definitely after.
Okay.
But or maybe it was. I would have to look at my notes how tidy they are. If they are tidy, that would be my preparation. If they are just,
Understood. I think we can get you the number for that and pull it up. Give me one moment. You can take that down, Registrar, and go to GOL 7409. Image 25. There we go. That's your handwritten note. Does your messiness or lack thereof tell you that you took it before or during or after?
I think it was the preparation what to discuss during the meeting, but the last item was added after.
Okay.
I can only, I see that these are the item I wanted to discuss. So I would say that was probably before.
Okay. So what did you talk to Mr. Moore about at this meeting? And I guess first, did you talk to him about the issue that he wanted you to look into and that you did look into with Mr. Taylor of Tradewind?
I think so. So, when I look at those items, so specification is a totally different subject.
Okay.
But profile, results, blasting, and micro, that was related to the results were likely those results that would discuss with Mr. Taylor. So I would cover it under results.
Okay. And you recall what you told him?
Sorry, what was the question?
Well, and do you recall what you told him about on that topic?
I told him basically, I don't have direct, detailed recollection, but I think probably, that there was no clear correlation between the grip tester and locked wheel. So I convey this message to him, and so basically a summary of what I discussed with Leonard Taylor and my conclusions with that discussion.
Okay, profile. Does that refer to the profiler testing?
The profile was the results of profile testing and locations of this what you call dips and bumps, or or dips, whatever. Yeah.
Because you were working on that project at that time. You were sort of in the middle of that right then, right?
Yes, that was the main subject of the meeting. So I brought the Excel spreadsheet and I brought the maps where I marked those locations.
Okay, for the dips and bumps.
Yes.
All right, and then you said you also discussed the correlation issues that relating to Mr. Taylor, and then blasting and micro. What's that about?
So again, blasting was my recommendation. Like this is what I said before. Like this low cost version of improving frictional characteristics on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Low cost, but in my opinion, very good and very quick. And again, micro surfacing as the option that was recommended in the report, and micro surfacing that would address other aspects like the structural aspect, visual aspect, and blasting is only for friction.
Okay, and do you recall exactly what you said to Mr. Moore about the need for improving the friction?
I think that what the need, I think I don't remember, of course, the detailed conversation, but he was still concerned with, the police said that it was slippery. It didn't go, because unless you do something, the friction will not improve. So he had concerns. So that was my response. How to improve it quickly. And I don't know if you want me to just elaborate a little bit more, because my conclusion was that he was interested in doing this thing. Yes, so almost immediately after the meeting, I contacted this guy. I don't know whether I wrote the last line, but almost like immediately after coming back to the office, I contacted skid operator.
Yeah, and you're right. And so we're going to get to that. You actually contacted a few different entities about it after that meeting. So I just want to be, while we're on the meeting itself, I think what you said was it in this meeting you are saying that Mr. Moore indicated that he was still concerned with slipperiness on the road, with the police and slipperiness? Or is that something that you inferred from your discussion?
How, city employees are very savvy bureaucrats. So that, they word this thing carefully, but I think he said said carefully about the police was expressing opinion that the pavement was slippery. So I think it, that was this is my recollection. And then my immediate conclusion at that thing was that he wanted to do something. He wanted to do something for me to tell him how to do it. Yes.
All right. If you take that down, Registrar, and go back to overview document 7. Yeah, let's start with 115 and 116. And in these paragraphs following the meeting, let's start with 367 on March 4th, same day. A gentleman named Gary Crampian from Blast Track Diamatic emailed you under the subject line RP shot blast in Quebec. Indicates it was very nice to speak with you and discuss your shot blasting project here in Toronto. Please contact. And then he gives information about RP shot blasting Inc. in Quebec. So do you recall how that arose?
Yeah, so actually, I think from some my records, I know that almost right away when I came back to the office, I started talking to these guys, and Blast Track was one of the options. Another one was skid operator. So I see, first I called him and then followed up. So I contacted these two contractors, asking them about possibility of doing shot blasting or skid operating in the area near Toronto.
Right. So in 368, 369, and 370, you have a bit of back and forth. You try to contact the person in Quebec, Alex Baudin, indicating that you're interested in shot blasting about 120,000 meters squared of asphalt pavement on a highway near Toronto. Can you please let me know how you charge for this? But then you shortly after wrote to Mr. Crampian at Blast Track saying that Baudin's contact information doesn't work. And he responded in 370, attaching a document entitled Shot Blasting Systems, Airport Road and Bridge, and recommends you contact Groupe Lefebvre in Quebec. And then as well in 371, in 372, it looks like then you had contacted him because on March 10, Alexander Lefebvre emails you. So fair to say you did make contact with him and he replied?
I think so. Based on this correspondence, yeah. I know maybe not aggressively, but it was urgent for me, so I really followed up and wanted to get this information from both of potential contractors as soon as possible.
All right. And in 371, that's your contact on March 4th, again with Steve at Skidabrator is the email address. Again, asking him about skidabrating. And then if we go to the next page, keep 116 up and go to the next page, 117. Um, 373 and 74, you are communicating with John Swain at Skidabrator on March 10th and 11th. So that was the other one you referred to. And he gives you a quote for $301,888, right?
Yes.
Okay. And was that quote for the entire Red Hill main line from Mr. Swain at Skidabrator?
Yeah, I think before I mentioned 120,000 meters square, so that was his quote for the entire surface. Yeah, for this 120,000. Yes.
Right. And
So
that I just want to be clear. Was that amount for the entire main line of the Red Hill?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in paragraph 372, Mr. Lefebvre, 372 and 375, he actually gives you a couple of different options. If you can expand that, his email at 372. Thank you. What he gives you, option one is a high friction surface treatment and gives you the price per square foot without shot blast prep. And then option two is shot blasting, which is obviously significantly less expensive. I think you already referred to that. And so is this did you convey this information to Mr. Moore?
No, I only conveyed to him the shot blasting part.
Okay. From Mr. Lefebvre's email, not the high friction surface treatment?
No, not the not the high like both skid abrading and shot blasting. I passed it to him, but not for high friction surface treatment. No.
Okay, and why is that?
Because first it is very expensive. It's roughly about the price would be, this is per square foot, so it would be almost $50 per meter square, so almost twice as high as mill and overlay. And this is not technology that is used in Ontario. We have no specification. It's not used here.
Okay. If you could take those down, Registrar. And in 370, paragraph 375, you'll see there's a note. It's on March 14th, which simply says Gary Moore spec friction proposals, spec comma friction comma proposals. And then the next day on March 15th in paragraph 376, you emailed him. Sorry, he emailed you. I apologize. He emailed you. So yeah, if you could you expand 375 and 376 together, please? Okay, so can you describe what this note and then Mr. Moore's email reflect?
So like I must have sent him this 300,000 quotation, and then his response was no, 300,000 is just a ridiculous amount. And when I read this thing, I see that he was thinking that this 300,000 quote was for testing. So he says, I don't need the whole road tested. So he was thinking about testing, and he says that actually he doesn't need everything. He only needs 4 to 6 spots. So his understanding was different than what I sent him. So in the next email, I clarify what I meant in my email, that this 300,000 was for skid braiding. Yes. So it was like some misunderstanding.
All right, I don't think that we have an email from you on that. I may be mistaken, but I do not, don't think we do. Give me one moment. Yeah, Mr. Moore's email is just a standalone email. It's not replying to anything. I don't think we have any indication of a specific email from you. Yeah. We'll confirm that, but I believe that's the case. So when you say, though, that he only needs 4 to 6 spots, what's he referring to? Spots for what?
I no, I didn't. I think he, my cost estimate, or let's say not mine, the quotation that I passed to him was for the entire main line on the Refugee Valley Parkway. So his response, but he was thinking that I was writing about testing. So he says he doesn't need everything. He only needs certain locations, these 4 to 6 spots that would be representative of, or worst case, on the main line. This is how this is my understanding of his email.
Right. And what sort of do you mean, friction testing?
I understand from this that he was thinking about friction testing.
Okay. In 4 to 6 locations.
In 4 to 6 locations. I understand on the main line. Yes.
Okay. Do you know which locations he was talking about?
No.
Did you have a discussion about that?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, you take that down, please. You did respond the next day. You pull up 377 and 378. Okay, and then so you then explain it as you just have, that this is about doing the entire surface with a skid abrader. And then Mr. Moore responds that, sorry, I thought you were talking about more testing. I have never heard of this technology or what it does. Besides, it doesn't address the cracking, and I need to address the surface distresses and deformations, humps and sumps. Maybe that means bumps. I don't know. Is sump a term of art that I'm not aware of?
No, I don't. I don't know what he meant. I know that he was thinking about dips and bumps. I don't know what bumps.
Okay. So I don't think we are interested. Thanks. Okay. And so did you have any further discussion with Mr. Moore about this?
About this? No. I was surprised, but no, I didn't have any further, because I know Mr. Moore, if he says he's not interested, this is it.
All right. If we could go, so on the 14th, we have your note that we already looked at. It said Gary Moore spec friction proposals. I just want to be clear, because then these emails on the 15th are after that. But does this give you any insight into what, did you discuss things with Mr. Moore on the 14th?
I know, I don't think so. That because those notes were show that I was still working on this thing, preparing the email and you know, just dealing with this subject. No, I don't. I don't recall any. I think it was not with Mr. Moore, because I think I was also trying to for skid brader. Because skid, I don't know if you want me to elaborate a little bit.
Yes, please.
Skid brader is mainly used for airports. So airports here get it from Louisiana, typically twice a year. So I was thinking that I could match when they come, then they would cut the mob demop cost for this. So I was maybe trying to arrange this way. This is why the cost that I study is about 2 meters per square yard would be relatively low. But that's the only thing that I recollect. I don't have any other memories.
I'm just thinking we just don't have an email, and you must have conveyed that quote of $300,000 for skid braiding somehow to Mr. Moore. So I'm just trying to figure out how that was conveyed to him and what you said to him at the time. But you don't have a specific recollection, is that fair?
I think so. I think it must have been it was very likely by email, but no, I don't have any I couldn't find any email from me to him with this.
Okay, so then Mr. Moore says in his email on the 15th, after clearing up the part about the testing, and so he hadn't heard of that technology. So he's not interested in the options that you presented to him there, being the skid braiding and shot blasting, right?
Yeah.
And previously, if you'd recommended microsurfacing, right?
Yes, I did.
Right. And it appears here that what he is doing is focusing on the cracking, the distresses and deformations, which is, of course, back in the Golder report, is something that you addressed in concert with the friction remediation recommendation, right?
You're asking about my interpretation of his.
Yeah. Well, just it appears at this point to have rejected all of your suggestions.
I think he's justifying why he is not interested.
Okay. And that justification being that this specific proposal that you're giving to him, well, maybe it'll address friction. It doesn't address the other issues, the non-friction issues.
This is right. No, it doesn't.
Okay. And had anything in the intervening 2 years changed that your recommendations in the Golder report would no longer apply or be sufficient to address the surface issues that Mr. Moore was concerned with?
No, I think, the recommendation that was in our report would address it 2016. It's possible that by 2016, there could be some very small localized potholes, very small, that would require more than crack sealing, but very small. I don't recall anything. So I think our 2014 recommendation would basically be very applicable to that condition.
And did you follow up with Mr. Moore after his email on March 15, 2016, when he said he was not interested in the skid abrading?
No, I don't recall. It was clear. He responded, not interested. This is it.
And sorry, is that why you did not follow up? Because you took this as a final answer from him?
Yes.
Okay. But you also didn't say, by the way, we could address your concerns by the measures that we proposed in the Golder report.
Oh yeah, I think I thought he was very familiar with the report. He knew what it was, and he mentioned cracks and bumps, etc. So he knew that what our recommendation would address it. Our recommendation, but short blasting would not. So I think he was very aware of this thing. But he says because the blasting and skid abrading would be only for a very narrow piece, only friction.
Only friction, yeah.
Only friction. So he said, no, I'm not interested. So no, I didn't follow. I just accepted that he was not interested.
All right. Now, I had mentioned that there were a couple notes of yours indicating, showing Mr. Leonard Taylor's name in May. So if we could go to image 126. And 399 on May 13th, you have a note, May 13th, 2016, you have a note that says 15 Hamilton Leonard Taylor. And then you have a numbered note also in the same notebook for the day, 32 Call Gary Moore pave perf. Do you have any recollection what these notes were about?
I see, like from the numbers that I was probably preparing, at least what I would have to do. And one of them was, talk to Leonard Taylor, and then that will be number 12, no, 15, number 32, Gary Moore pavement performance. So that was, I would probably say, I prepared, at least what, just, make sure that, it didn't escape my attention, that I would have to address this and talk to Leonard Taylor and talk to Gary Moore about pavement performance.
Okay, but what did you have to talk to Mr. Taylor about on this now with Mr. Moore having, as you said, he said, well, no. What was left to talk about at that point?
Oh, no, Leonard Taylor didn't know about like shot blasting or skid abrading, so right. I know that would not be the subject. The subject was still, this correlation. I think correlation between grip test and locked wheel, and this standards in Canada on the USA, just to probably exchanging opinions between him and me. What would be his final stand on this?
Right. If we could, excuse me, go to image 127, the next page. In paragraph 402, oh, sorry, 401. On May 24th, you made a note in 2016, you made a note stating meeting in Hamilton. And then on May 26, 2016, your note is Hamilton Leonard Taylor. Again, do you have any recollection if you spoke with or met with Mr. Taylor on that day?
I definitely didn't meet with him. I think it was probably telephone conversation. And as far as I recall, on the same day, I had a note Hamilton, and that probably I passed this thing to Gary. And for me, the subject with Mr. Leonard Taylor was closed.
So it's not the same day. It just May 24th, it says meeting in Hamilton. May 26th is the note with Mr. Taylor. Just want to make sure that you clear apology there.
Hamilton. Maybe I know that definitely after this conversation with Leonard Taylor, I had a note Hamilton, and it was probably the subject. Subject was closed.
Well, the next one on August 2nd, if you look at paragraph 402, you have a note Hamilton, but that's more than 3 months later. Sorry, not 3 months, 2.5 months later. And there's no indication of what that's about. So are you suggesting that there's a relationship between your note on May 26th and the note on August 2nd?
No, I don't think so. I think as far as I recall, I after that my note Hamilton Leonard Taylor, on the same day I had a note Hamilton, and that would be likely that one when I passed the final observation to Hamilton, and that the subject with Leonard Taylor, in my opinion, was closed.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I can tell you that.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm just having some difficulty with some of the evidence as to what this witness is recalling is based on recollection, or what is speculation. And I've been following the evidence all morning to that effect, and I've had some difficulty with the degree to which Dr. Uzorowski is recalling events as opposed to speculating as to what may or may not or probably occurred. And so I'm just raising it, Commissioner, as to whether or not perhaps as part of the questioning of the witness, greater clarity could be obtained as to whether this is something that he has an independent recollection of, or whether or not he is speculating as to whether something occurred or not.
Okay, Mr. Registrar, could you take down the document on the screen, please, so that I can see Mr. Letterman and respond? I understand your problem. Again, I don't see this as a systemic issue. I think you go case by case or instance by instance. I've been following this fairly closely and noting whether or not Dr. Uzorowski is able to recall on the basis of a note something more specific, or is simply indicating what he thinks had happened. I think we had a lot of that from witnesses for the city as well. It's a long time ago in a lot of cases, and we have to work with it. So I'm not sure if in your view, something turns specifically on a particular answer to a particular question. I have no problem with your raising it, but I think we just have to be pragmatic and understanding. And as much as possible, Mr. Lewis should be putting up the actual note before Mr. Uzorowski before he answers the question, rather than afterwards. So ask Mr. Lewis in connection with this particular matter to put the note up on the screen that we have, the notes that we have, and Dr. Uzorowski can comment on whether or not he thinks any of these notes are somehow misplaced or out of time, out of sequence.
That's fine. Thank you.
I can tell you, Dr. Uzorowski, that we do not have another note on May 26th referring to the city. We simply have yours on May 26th referring to Hamilton-Leonard Taylor. There's the prior one on May 24th referring to meeting in Hamilton, but not on that day. The next one, as I mentioned, was on August 2nd, 2016. So with that, what I thought you were saying was that you may have referred to that you may have passed on some information to Mr. Moore following your discussion, if that's what it was, on May 24th, 2016 with Mr. Taylor. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, it is.
Do you have a recollection of having done so? And if so, what did you pass on?
No, I don't have detailed recollection. I think it happened, and I don't have like detail, because that would basically it would be like almost a repetition of my previous observation about correlation, or lack of, or let's say not lack of good correlation between the two.
Okay. We go to overview document 7, image 108. And this is a slightly different topic, but it's within the same time frame in the first half of 2016. And you recall when you testified in April, you referenced to recalling some communications with Becca Lane of the MTO at the time you were going from memory in 2015 and 2016. And so indeed, if we call up 339 and 340, you'll see that on January 22nd, 2016, Ms. Lane emailed you under the subject line Red Hill Valley Parkway, and she wrote, "I received a strange media request about performance of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Do you keep in touch with Hamilton on that project? Are you aware of any performance issues? Perhaps there is an asphalt cement cracking issue. I am in the dark on this one." And first of all, is this what you were last time back in April? Is this what you were talking about, the later communications with Ms. Lane?
Yes, it is.
All right. And before receiving this email, had you discussed this media request with Ms. Lane?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't recall.
Okay. And then you forwarded on January 25th, you forwarded Ms. Lane's email to Mr. Moore, indicating that you'd received that from Becca on Friday afternoon. I was on site and not able to pass it to you immediately. Obviously, she does not know anything about any issues. The profile surveys are done, and I should have the results on Wednesday. Please call me if you want to discuss. So first of all, the middle paragraph, the profile surveys are done. Is that what we were just talking about the inertial profiler surveys that you were doing for Mr. Moore?
Yes, so I'm talking about the results of the inertial profilograph testing, yeah.
Okay, and there's a couple of responses from you to Ms. Lane on January 25th, but I think we need to go to the actual documents, and they're not in the OD. So we pull up two of them. First is MTO 9526, and the other is MTO 9528. And in 9526, which is the one on the left, you'll see that it originates on the bottom with Ms. Lane's email to you. And then you respond at 11:54 a.m. No one. Hi, Becca. You can call up the top two register. That'll be. Yeah. You respond, hi, Becca. Thank you for the email. I will talk to the city. There are short deeps and surface cracking. And then it's an interesting question whether the cracking is related to asphalt cement. RHVP was paved in 2007 and the asphalt cement came from Bidamar. And then she responds at 12:04 p.m. I don't know what the media are fishing for, but certainly MTO is not aware of any issues. And then we take that down because we have sort of two diverging chains. In the other one, you respond at 11:54. There's the same one, the bottom email that we see in the other chain. But then Ms. Lane replies, do you have Gary Moore's phone number? I thought I should give him a call. And then you reply at the top, you give her Gary Moore's phone number and say, I've already passed your email to Gary and we'll call him after lunch. And do you recall if you had any further communications with Mr. Moore about this media request?
No, I don't think so. I think it's only what's in the email, because the subject was different. The subject was asphalt cement cracking. So no, I don't recall.
Okay. Well, you speculated as to whether about cracking being related to, or I guess she raises that as a potential issue. Perhaps there's an asphalt cement cracking issue, and you say it's an interesting question. But did you actually know that that's what it was related to?
At that time, Ms. Becca Lane, Pamela Marks, myself, and other people were involved in that was organized by OMPA, pavement quality, asphalt pavement quality group or something, and they were evaluating the impact of the addition of recycled engine oil on asphalt pavement performance and premature cracking because of this. So that was the time. That was the time. That was a very hot subject, and Ms. Lane was very heavily involved. So that was her understanding, and also my understanding that it was likely related to cracking.
And did the media ever contact you about the Red Hill in early 2016?
No, they did. Me, myself?
Yeah.
No, they didn't.
And did you ever come to learn the source of this media request or the information being sought?
No, I didn't ask about it.
Okay, thanks. If we could make those, I guess 9526, Commissioner, if we can make that the next exhibit 79. And then 9528, MTO 9528, I guess would be 80.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming near to lunch, but I have one very short topic, and then perhaps would be a good time to break if that works for.
Okay.
Commissioner. It's quite a short topic. If we could go to overview document 7, what images 119 and 120? And in paragraphs 382 to 384, these aren't emails that you're party to. These are city emails. And it's indicating these are on April 15th, 2016. and they're indicating that the city has internally decided that they are going to rehabilitate the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the Lincoln Alexander Parkway, including improving skid resistance. And did you have any knowledge of these communications or this intent by the city?
No, only during this inquiry.
Okay, but not at that time?
No, no, I didn't.
Perhaps that would be a good time to break, Commissioner.
Okay. I'm just- where am I at here? Okay, so let's break then until 10 past 2. Okay, we'll stand adjourned until that time.
And we're back. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Yes, please do so.
I'd like to jump ahead into 2017 now, Dr. Zarowski, and if we could go to overview document 7, image 188. And this is a July 15, in paragraph 554, refers to a July 15, 2017 article in the Hamilton Spectator titled Highway Traffic Tragedies, Why Are There So Many Crashes on the Red Hill? And it contains a number of statements attributed to Mr. Moore, and which are excerpted here. If you could expand the article, thank you. And the first 3 paragraphs of this excerpt refer to friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2015. Are you aware of any friction testing conducted by or for the city in 2015?
No, I'm not.
And should have asked this off the top. Were you aware of this article at the time it was published?
No, I wasn't.
Do you know when you became aware of it?
Is this the one that talks about fatalities? Because then I received a link from Mr. Hine in January 2018. Then I read that report, but I don't know whether this
That's
is
a
the
different,
one.
that's a different article.
So probably maybe in somewhere in 2018, but not or likely as a part of this inquiry, but
Certainly not around this time is what you're saying.
no.
Okay. And then the article also refers in the subsequent paragraphs to repaving of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. By July 15th, 2017, were you aware of a decision in the city to repave?
By what you said?
Well, this is July 15th, 2017.
No, I was not.
Okay. And then if we could go to a note of yours, this is at RHV 933. Image 783. That's right. I'm wrong. Should we maybe go to the next one? There we go, August 15th. Thank you. This note of yours on August 15th, 2017 refers to RHVP, northbound lanes, crack 2 kilometers, V noticeable, center of the shoulder lane, any crack sealing 1/2 inch. Do you recall what this is about?
This is, I understand that this is my observations from driving on the Red Hill Valley Parkway northbound lane, that I noticed a very noticeable crack and no crack sealing. So the crack was about 1/2 inch. So that was my observations.
Just
my
from-
observation from driving on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay, it doesn't reflect a meeting or a phone call or anything like that. It's just your personal observations.
That is my observation. I don't recall whether I had a meeting. No.
All right. Were you reviewing it for a particular project at the time relating to the Red Hill Valley Parkway? Or did you just happen to be on it?
My opinion, I happen to be on it, and I was, concerned with the presence of such a big crack, particularly that it is a perpetual pavement, so they should, city should do something to mitigate the crack. So apply some maintenance. So yeah, I was concerned about the conditional, and although that I observed such a crack.
Okay. And if we could go to overview document 7, images 192 and 193, please. And this reflects in paragraphs 570, 571, and 572, emails and an appointment for a meeting with the city that you ultimately had on August 31st, 2017. And we can see that in paragraph 570 that there's an invitation for the meeting on August 31st under the review, subject line, review of asphalt specifications with Ludomir. It was sent to Mr. Moore, Ms. Jacob, Mr. Audi, Mr. Beck, and to you. And then Claudia Leon in the email referred to below that just speaks of the meeting time and some other items. And then in 571, there's an email from you to Trevor Moore at Miller Paving. And you're referring to having a major meeting with the city of Hamilton on August 31st. And I want to try, maybe just call that out for a moment so you don't have to strain our eyes. Just take a second to read that. And he indicates Gary is organizing the meeting on August 31st, and although it is about a different subject, I would have a chance to talk to him about it. I would have to know if you already discussed it with the city, if you still want me to go ahead and do it. What are you referring to there?
If it is with Miller Paving, that would be microsurfacing.
Okay.
Because yeah, that would Miller only. That would be only microsurfacing.
Okay. All right. And so the meeting itself, if you take that down. Mr. Cifelli at Miller Paving responds in 572. And if you go to pull up 194 as well, so we have 193 and 194. He does mention surface treatment and micro surfacing. That's saying that on March 21st, 2016, I presented our lunch and learn in Hamilton on the following. And then he gives a list of a number of items, which include surface treatment and microsurfacing. And then May 20th, 2016, Trevor and Tony at McAsphalt followed up with a presentation on hot mix asphalt, the stresses of best practices at asphalt cements. Take that down, please. And then you have some further discussions until 575. Mr. Moore says to you, this is Mr. Trevor Moore, not Mr. Gary Moore, writing, we have not met or had any discussions with Hamilton since our discussion on fiber micro. If you still need to talk before your discussions with them, you can call my office at the number below or cell. And then he emails you again on August 25th, giving you the price for single fiber reinforced microsurfacing. Okay, so with that lead up, then there's a PowerPoint presentation referred to here in 577, in paragraph 577, that you presented on August 31st. Do you recall that presentation? We're gonna pull it up. And do you recall the event?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
By the presentation.
Okay, so if we could pull up the actual presentation, it's GOL 3921. Oh, that's not it. Sorry, it is. Sorry, it's RHV 703. There we go. So what is the primary purpose of this presentation? 2017 MSCR asphalt specification. What's MSCR?
The city wanted to implement a new asphalt cement specification. Mascarom, MSCR means multiple stress creep recovery. So that was a new way of grading the quality of asphalt cement. So the city asked me, and I work on this thing, and I recommended the changes in the specification that would be based on this masker. And this presentation was for their technical staff to show them what was the new approach to asphalt cement specification, like technical aspects of the changes in the specification.
I got everything from the acronym MSCR, multiple stress. I got the recovery. What does the
CREEP.
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 Oh, creep. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Multiple stress creep
recovery. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And so that's the main thrust of it. And at whose request were you presenting this? I think in that earlier email, you'd mentioned that this was Mr. Moore's request. Is that right?
So that was Mr. Moore request because he was interested in this was like a step ahead of what was currently being used in Ontario, a step ahead. So he requested, but the direct request came from Claudio Leon, who was in charge of specifications in the city of Hamilton, and that was to the large technical audience. But this was from the city only, I believe.
Yeah, so the appointment, as indicated, was Claudio Leon, who sent it, and then Mr. Gary Moore, Susan Jacob, Marco Odi, Michael Beck, and you. Were those individuals other than you at the presentation?
I think yes, that at least these people. It's possible there were more people because that was the totally new approach to asphalt specification. But at least those people that are listed in the invite, they were present.
All right. Do you recall anyone? There may have been others. Do you have any specific recollection of others who were there?
I had so many presentations.
I don't want you to guess.
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay, and then if we could go to the image 30. Which is the second last slide, refers to other subjects and references fiber reinforced microsurfacing and dips on RHVP. And as well, if you could, while keeping that up, Registrar, if we could go to RHV 93. Oh, actually, no, we don't need to. Paragraph 578. My apologies. It's at OD 7. Image 194. So if we could keep the presentation up too. RHV 703. Thank you. Both? Yeah. Okay, so you see in paragraph 578 at the bottom, it starts off with your note, refers to Hamilton, 6,500 km, 5 billion. And then if you go to the next image, 195, while keeping the presentation up. And then expand the note, the rest of the note there. Okay. So this is a note from the 31st. And does the note relate to the meeting or your presentation at all?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And in what respect? And if you could describe, I'll back up on that one, the balance of your presentation. We skipped over it. The first 29 pages deal with the new specification that you're talking about, but then you have the other subjects listed on this slide. What is it that you were talking about there, and did you discuss it at the meeting?
So, maybe briefly, the purpose was to introduce this new specification as the way of improving the pavement performance in Hamilton. So, at the very beginning, I don't know if you want me to go this way. So, at the very beginning, like Mr. Moore introduced, made the introduction. So he said, "This is our network. This is the value of the network. We would require 200 million a year for maintaining. We only have 30 million. So we have to do, we have to improve our technology to improve the condition of the pavement." And we talk about subjects like, the necessity of trial batch and other aspects, surface, like what's least asset management, using mastic. Miller in Hamilton, I wrote because I believe that time Mr. Trevor Moore came to, I think, he came and he probably, when we had this meeting, he probably met with Rick Andoga. Because I know I arranged this thing, and this is probably the day when he met with Rick. And then, subject skid resistance. So,
what's the skid resistance in reference to?
So skid resistance, was, I believe it must have been Red Hill Valley Parkway and microsurfacing. And then steel slag would be linked to that subject of fiber reinforced microsurfacing, because I think that's I think, as far as I wanted Trevor to discuss with Rick Andoga of applying fiber reinforced microsurfacing to steel slag pavements, and then some other information about this MG58S. That would be a new way of grading asphalt cement. If they put 80 millimeters, it should be in 2 lifts, not in 1. And when the results are deemed rejectable, and what asphalt cement to use. So that would be my summary of that meeting.
Okay, so were these notes taken before or during the meeting?
Oh no,
Sorry, may I suggest that we actually go to the notes, since how the notes are written down is relevant, if not sometimes important, to what the witness recalls of the events. I think it's Golder 7416, image 44.
I think that's fair. Thank you very much.
7414, sorry.
It's the one on the right, Registrar? Yeah.
Yeah, so So definitely these notes are not the preparation, but this is during, or I think it was during the meeting, because, you know, like I didn't anticipate this introduction from Gary, so that was during the meeting.
I see. Okay. And so the reference then to in the presentation to fiber reinforced microsurfacing, that was what you had been talking to Miller in those emails we looked back earlier in August. That was part of what your discussion was with Miller Paving, correct?
Yeah, I think that was, innovative idea that, in my opinion, would be very cost effective and, proper way of pavement, steel slag, let's say, old steel slag pavement rehabilitation method.
Okay, so but I think you said though that the microsurfacing at one hand was related to the Red Hill Valley Parkway, but then you spoke about steel slag, which the Red Hill Valley Parkway was not. So that's where I'm confused here.
No, these are two different.
Was microsurfacing discussed in context of the Red Hill Valley Parkway or in something else?
No, if here what I said, fiber reinforced microsurface, has nothing to do with Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay.
Wherever we have fiber, that would be steel slag, old steel slag pavement, because the new one was good, old one. So no, it would not be Red Hill Valley.
Okay. Did you discuss microsurfacing in relation to the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Oh, I discussed this thing before with Gary Moore.
I know you did. I know you did before. I'm asking about at this meeting.
I think under item skid resistance, that we if it's in my notes, we must have talked about skid resistance, and that would be on Red Hill Valley Parkway. So it would be skid resistance, what we observed, and the way improving would be microsurfacing or shot dusting, but I don't have further notes, but there was a discussion about skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, because that would have to be Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay, but if you were taking those notes during the meeting as you described, does that mean that you raised it or that someone else raised it?
I think I would say that was the subject of conversation between them and myself. Who raised, I don't know, but it was a subject of conversation between those people and myself.
Okay. And do you recall anything else about that conversation then, as you've already described it, respecting specifically skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and microsurfacing or any other remediation method?
So, because I had so many meetings, so it's hard to put the thing in the right time. But I think that it would be, this relatively low skid resistance and what to do on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. So this would be the only thing that I think was discussed.
Okay. And do you recall, was there any resolution arising out of that? Any further work to be done? Do you recall anything else about that issue?
No, I don't. I don't recall any resolution, but I think I would say probably that was I probably raised this just to make sure that it didn't disappear from the screen. So that was a subject to how can I say, to make sure it doesn't disappear, keep it not fresh because it was old, but it doesn't disappear. So it is there.
All right. you could take those down, Registrar, please. And before we leave that topic, did anyone in the meeting raise with you that the city was planning to repave the Red Hill?
And that was 2007.
August 31st, 2017.
I don't recall exactly when I found out that they wanted to resurface the Red Hill Valley Parkway, but it must have been roughly around that time because it was 2017. So in 2007, November 2017, there was the CTA conference with when we talk about hot in place recycling. So it must have been somewhere around that time that I found out that they wanted to do resurfacing. Yes, resurfacing.
Okay, so we might be able to place it a little closer in time. And the CTA conference that you're talking about, as I understand it, that was held in Halifax from November 12th to 15th, 2017. Does that sound right?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. And so before that, if we could go to HAM 63122. And this is an email exchange internal to the city with the subject line Red Hill Valley Parkway, comms 10986 rehabilitation project. And in the originating email at the bottom from Sarath Vala on October 12th, 2017, to a number of individuals. If you could expand that, that'd be great. It refers in the second paragraph, after the first paragraph talks about the limits for the Red Hill Valley Parkway rehabilitation. But then it says, in a meeting Tuesday morning with Ludimir Uzarowski, a pavement specialist with Golder Associates that was closely involved in the Lincoln Red Hill project construction, he recommended that the shoulders also be resurfaced along with the main lines. There was a dip analysis / pavement smoothness survey using an inertial profiler completed along Red Hill and to identify locations with dips / bumps that need to be addressed during rehabilitation by padding the surface after the initial milling and additional depth milling. It goes on to say the general observation is most of the dips are due to the presence of utilities under the pavement or in the transition slab areas of structures. Do you recall that meeting? The Tuesday morning, that would have been October 10th. Do you recall the meeting that is referred to by Sarah Vala?
I don't have detailed recollection, but it's obvious that I must have attended that meeting, and it looks like that comment that was it looks like mine about the dips and the shoulders.
And so just in trying to place when your knowledge was about becoming aware of the city planning to resurface, if you are recommending that the shoulders be resurfaced also along with the main lines, at that point you must have known. Is that fair?
Yeah, so I think roughly at that time I must have been informed that they were planning resurfacing, but I recommended that on top of resurfacing also include the shoulders. Yeah, so yeah, I must have been informed about this roughly about that time.
Right. And if we could make that an exhibit that is not an overview document incorporated email, Commissioner, I believe that would be 81.
81?
Yes.
Okay.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. right. And do you recall who you found out from that the resurfacing was going to take place?
Oh, so I understand that there was a meeting, and somebody must have informed about this plan of resurfacing. I don't recall personally, but I understand that there was a team of people that was discussed, but who personally, I don't recall.
So, Commissioner, there is a note on October 10. 7414, it's image 50.
Mr. Lewis, are you?
Yeah.
Taking us there?
I thought the registrar was. There we go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So there's October 10th, 2017. I believe that says Hamilton, Mike Beck. Is that local roads 58-28?
Yes, it says, but local roads had nothing to do with this. So it looks like, at least I talked to Mike Beck on October the 10th. And Mike later on, Mike was the PM or project manager on resurfacing. So it is likely that but it would have to be because email suggested there was a meeting, but it's possible I learned this from Mike Beck.
Okay, possible, but you don't recall specifically.
No, I think it is likely,
okay,
but I don't recall specifically.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Roberts. And I note that on the October 12th, excuse me, October 12th email, Mr. Beck is one of the people that is on that email chain that I was referring you to. Okay, so if we could take that down, Registrar. And if we would go to overview document 8, images 15 and 16. And it's in paragraph 33, indicates that on November 10th, 2017, you emailed Mr. Moore about hot in place recycling, informing him of a discussion you had with Patrick Wiley who's the president of EcoPave Asphalt Recycling Inc. And if you could call that email up, Registrar. And while he's doing that, this is a couple of days before the CTAA conference that you already mentioned, which began on the 12th of November. And you had indicated that it was around the time of the CTAA conference that you became aware of the city considering hot in place recycling. Is that right?
Yes. So it was mutual interest.
Sorry, what was mutual interest?
Mutual, like, the city was interested in hot in place recycling, and EcoPave was interested in getting into hot in place recycling in Ontario, a particular municipal hot in place.
Okay. All right, and you indicate in the bottom of your email, see you in Halifax. I'm going there Monday early morning. So that's the CTAA conference that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Wiley was going to be there as well. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So it's just at some point prior to this email, it was when you became aware of the city was considering the use of hot in place recycling?
Oh, hot in place recycling, it's been a pretty old subject for the city was very interested. They had a very low.
Sorry, that's not what I asked. Was it at some point shortly before this email that you became aware of the city's intention or the city was considering the use of hot in place recycling to resurface the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Oh, no, no, it wasn't before. It was the result of that meeting or after that meeting. I don't think it was before. Before they wanted to resurface, and the meeting with Pat was just bringing this technology to municipalities in Ontario. And I believe as a result of this, then Gary got an idea of doing hot in place recycling on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
I see. So it's the other way around. It was the opposite of how I put it, that the idea came from your setting up this meeting with Mr. Wiley at the CTA conference. Is that right?
Yes, I knew that Pat Wiley was very interested in this, so I knew he would be there because I was presenting a paper of hot in place recycling. I knew about this, and I let Gary Moore knew to let him know about this, so they could meet and we could meet and discuss about hot. But at that time, I think it wasn't. At the time of this email, it wasn't about hot in place recycling on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
I see. Okay, thank you. And then if we could go take that down and go to images, I guess 17. So keep up 16 and go to 17. And paragraph 37, on November 21st, so following the CTA conference, a little bit after that, Mr. Moore emailed you under the subject line Red Hill testing for possible hot in place. And he wrote, Ludimir, I was expecting to see a proposal and timeline for CORES, BPT, and PSV testing for the Red Hill. This has to get done before snowfall and freeze up. And then there's a note of yours referred to there in paragraph 38 that just simply says on the same day, Gary Moore. So do you recall what prompted this and what was going on?
Yeah, so that was very late in the year. So, PSV was obvious. PSV was entirely for feasibility of hot in place recycling. As for polished stone value, as I mentioned before, actually what we had there. And then British pendulum was, the friction testing and the proposal. And I think we also talk about sand patch and macro texture. So that was, I know that he definitely was very interested in testing PSV and see if hot in place was feasible, and other two tests were just for information.
Okay, the PSV was to see if hot in place was feasible, and the other two tests were just for information. Sorry, the other two tests being what?
BPT is British pendulum testing, that is friction testing.
Yeah.
And I think we also talk about macro texture testing using sand patch method.
Right.
So, but they had nothing to do with hot in place recycling.
Okay,
no,
so,
no.
All right. So just to be clear, whose idea was it to do that testing?
The testing, this is what Mr. Gary Moore requested.
Okay. But did you suggest it to him, or did he independently suggest it of you?
I think he requested.
Okay. All of the different types of testing, PSV, British Pendulum, sand patch.
No, our PSV was no. That was the only way to determine what the quality of aggregate was. So that was the only way. Now, British pendulum testing, this is a friction testing. So there were, there are a few different methods, like including locked wheel or grip tester, or BPT. So these were the three that I had in mind. And sand patch is the most commonly used method of macro texture testing. Yes.
Yeah, I'm aware of what they are. I'm asking if Mr. Moore, requested all those tests.
I think he did. He wanted macro texture because he had some concerns that maybe the asphalt was filled with rubber. That I've never seen anything like that. But he wanted to do this, check this, and also friction. Friction. So friction. Just can we test friction? And the winter was coming, so that was and the winter and the resurfacing was coming that time. So, but he asked if we can test friction.
Okay, and why testing friction at that point? If resurfacing is planned and hot in place recycling being contemplated, do you know why that was he was asking you to do that?
I think obviously that's a good question. Why would you do this thing before resurfacing? Because resurfacing was coming soon, but probably he wanted to know what it was before it was resurfaced.
Okay, are you speculating as to that, or did he say that?
No, I'm speculating. He just asked me, can we do friction testing quickly, because the winter is coming, so it's we would have to do it very quickly.
Okay, and I just want to be very clear. You are saying that this is Mr. Moore's it was at his instance to conduct this testing, not yours. Is that correct?
Friction testing? Yes. Friction testing? Yes, it was his. Yes, it was. Friction was his. I don't know. PSV was likely mine. Macro texture, I think, was likely mine in response to his concern about rubber.
Okay. So then, to talk about the PSV testing for a moment, the relationship to the hot in place recycling, is that because when you're recycling asphalt, part of what you're recycling is the aggregate. And if the aggregate has low PSV and low projected frictional qualities, that's going to be reflected in the recycled pavement. Is that the reason why you're looking at PSV in that circumstance?
Yes, I wanted to know what it was when you recycle, because you recycle not what's at the quarry, but what's in the road.
Right.
So I knew that the aggregate was on the DSM list, but that was the aggregate at the quarry. But what was on the road could be significantly, could be different.
Right, and that because what's in the quarry could be taken at a different time or from a different place in the quarry than the aggregate that's actually on in the pavement. Is that right?
It's possible, but not only, because I think if the aggregate, and it was 2017, so aggregate was on site, for 10 years. Some degradation will take place, and as I did the research when I was with John Emery, or let's say Jegel, the company did research on the damage of asphalt mixes because of the icing chemicals. So I knew that the mix, including the aggregate, can deteriorate while being in service. And I don't know if you want to.
No, I understand your point. So there's the reason that I postulated. If it's from a different place in the quarry at a different time, but also because of being in service from de-icing chemicals, that can also cause deterioration of the aggregate in service, right?
It's not only de-icing chemicals, because it's also, SMA is a stone mix, so you have stone on stone reaction. So, each time a vehicle passes, the stone will touch stone and it will abrade. And actually, I noticed in 2000, when we did the testing, that there was a little bit more dust. So that dust came from the abrasion. And, and also, some method of, I don't know if the method of extraction has some impact on this, because it was a very strong solvent. But overall, I didn't anticipate that would be the same aggregate on the road that was taken from the quarry.
Okay. And why was it decided to conduct British pendulum testing rather than using a grip tester as in 2013 or a locked wheel trailer as in 2007? And as part of that, I should ask you if the friction testing was Mr. Moore's idea, in his direction, did he direct you as to a particular type of friction testing, or just said do friction testing?
No, he didn't direct me to a particular type. He asked if we could do a friction test. It was very late in the season because it was towards the end of November. So basically we had three options, like, locked wheel, that would be MTO, and MTO likely put it to sleep or to bed, at the end of the season. Another option would be a grip tester and trade wind, but Trade wind is a great company, but you can see from the records that the problems that we had with getting the results from them, and the pressure, how much we had to apply, and the delay. So the option that was feasible was using the British pendulum tester that I could lend from the University of Waterloo. Had a very good relationship, and also it is a well-established method of testing friction, and I did it in the past. When I was with John Emery, geotechnical, we use grip tester for friction testing, and I use it.
Sorry, I think you mean British pendulum testing?
British pendulum. So sorry if I said something different. Yeah, BPT, or British pendulum test. Jagel had a British pendulum tester, and I was involved in projects where BPT was used.
And you've told us that, but it does create an issue again with correlation, does it not? If you have prior tests again, and you've been through this whole issue of how do you correlate tests, friction tests, and now you're going to be doing British pendulum testing. So is that something you considered?
Oh, no, I didn't see the thing as problem with correlation, because we use BPT in the past, and also as Hamilton used it, because there were certain values. So whatever is low in BPT, whether it's BPT or a grip tester or whatever, if it's low, so friction numbers are low, and I knew roughly what numbers to anticipate from British pendulum tester that would reflect good friction, poor friction, or excellent friction, because I use this thing. So no, the correlation was not the subject, not a concern for me.
All right. So we could go to image 18 and keeping 17 up. Paragraph 40 and 41 reflect that on November 22nd, 2017, Ms. Rizvi emailed you a draft proposal for the RHVP testing requested by Mr. Moore, which then is referred to in the overview document as the 2017 Boulder pavement evaluation. And she sent the draft to Dr. Henderson that same day. And then the proposal is to describe the scope of work as we've set out there, which includes the surface frictional properties using the British pendulum tester, pavement texture measurements using a volumetric technique, which is the sand patch method. That's what you described, is that correct?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Right, and the coring of the surface course layers. And then it refers to then you doing the polished stone value testing. And the title of this, they don't have it up there, is called Evaluation of Pavement Surface and Skid Resistance, Red Hill Valley Parkway. Following this, sorry, I should back up. Did you then review this draft?
I remember I reviewed and I made changes.
Okay, and we'll get to the changes. But do you recall? Did you think that this described in any way inaccurately what was going to be done?
No, I think when I did the changes reflected what it was supposed to be, and in this initial version, this is what, that was Rabia's understanding. So, I asked her, she prepared, she sent it to me for review, and then I made the changes to what it should be.
Okay, and we'll look at your changes in a few minutes. I want to first on this one, am I correct that the focus here is skid resistance and hot in place recycling? Is that the focus?
Yeah, there was pavement evaluation that included these three aspects, yes.
Okay. Now, if we could go to GOL 5923. And these are emails. I think it's 4 pages of emails between you and Ms. Rizvi about the proposal. Just give me one moment. And if we could go to images 3 and 4. Thank you. So it starts at the bottom of 4 with Mr. Moore's email asking for the proposal for the time frame for course BP and PSV testing. And then at the top of image 4, it's an email from Ms. Rizvi to you on the 22nd at 1:06 p.m. And if you could expand that for us, Registrar. Thanks. And then, so Ms. Rizvi is questioning testing for polished stone value for aggregates that have been in place for a while and have already been polished. She asked, can we not just test the aggregate from the source quarry? And since she understands that there would be variability even within one quarry, but I think that would give us more useful information than testing aggregates that have already been polished. And then she refers to, well, the PSV test uses the British pendulum, and we're already going to be doing that with the British pendulum test. So those are the questions what's Emma raises. And then if you could keep that up, but also pull up the next email, Registrar, which is at image 3, which is Dr. Uzorowski's response. Yeah, same day. Great. And so you reply to her, and you're addressing her comments. And as I understand this, and it's along the lines of what we were already discussing. In point 1 and 2, you're addressing her comments about doing the PSV testing on the in-service aggregates as opposed to from the quarry, right?
Yes.
And you make the point that I suggested to you, which is the pavement's 10 years old and you don't know if you'll have the same material or if the quarry still operates. So that's the issue about is it the same aggregate, right?
Yes, yes. So we know the source, but we don't. But I'm interested what actually on the road. Yes,
right.
Because I would recycle this. Yes.
Right. And then you indicate to address her concern about the aggregates already being polished. You say when we get cores, we will extract the aggregates. Some of the particles will obviously have the faces polished, but the majority will not. Do I understand what you're saying there is most of them will not be polished because they're in the asphalt. It's the faces that are exposed to the traffic. But most of that may be polished, but most of them are not going to be. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you're saying that you are expecting the PSV results will still be reliable. Is that correct?
Is your question related to that email?
Well, you don't say that there. I'm just trying to get at your point.
Yeah.
She's questioning the utility of PSV testing.
Yeah.
And I take what you're saying is, I understand what you're saying, Ms. Rizvi, but I think we're still going to have accurate PSV results for these reasons. Is that fair?
Like I understand her question. That was a very good question, a very good suggestion. However, my interest was different. The quarry is different, but the material I have there. So there was, yes, the polishing will occur on the surface only, but there was still, on polishing, there was also some abrasion of the aggregate and, some changes because of aggregate. So, but my interest was what's on the road. So that's why I insisted, I really maybe not as considered, but I insisted on testing that particular material.
Right, and that's because of if you're doing the hot in place recycling, you want to make sure that the recycled aggregate has a good polished stone value, right?
Yes, yeah, I want to make sure that if it, the requirement is for 50, it should be 50. Yes.
Right. Well, that's the MTO requirement.
The MTO requirement. Yes.
Right. And that's the thing. PSV measures that, if I understand it correctly, maybe I don't, the terminal polish state, right? It's once the aggregate has been polished, what is its what is its terminal polish state? It's not measuring the current state. It's what it's projecting into the future. Is that right? After it's been polished?
Yeah, this is the idea, but actually, it's important what is the material that you test, because when you get that material from the stockpile at the quarry, it's what we call virgin aggregate that was just crushed. It has sharp edges, everything is perfect. Now, if you have this aggregate in the pavement, it polishes on the top, it abrades, etc., and then it can also change some. Chemical composition can have some damage. So, and on top of this, during PSV testing of that recovered aggregate, you apply again this the same procedure, the same polishing procedure to the aggregate that has been already deteriorated.
Right, but here you say we look at paragraphs 3 and 4 in your email. You say Gary wants to know what he has on site. He's asked me about PSV. He is considering the hot in place recycling there. My first concern would be to make sure the recycled material is suitable from PSV point of view, which is what we discussed. And then you say I am not too keen on HIP there for 3 reasons. If we use the same rock, we will not improve friction for a longer period of time. I anticipate low PSV. So that's the first thing. Why do you anticipate low PSV?
Because in my opinion, this PSV could only go down. It will not improve because it will also polish, it will abrade. So those sharp edges that were originally there, in my opinion, they are maybe not 100% gone, but they will be, compromised. So this good characteristics of the aggregate that you have, they are already compromised. So I anticipate, the PSV will go, in my opinion, it will go down, and plus this. I knew from my research when I was with Jagal that aggregate will deteriorate also because of de-icing chemicals. So that was another concern.
Right. Isn't with hot in place recycling, aren't you always going to have, isn't that always the case? It's like you're doing new pavement, you're taking old pavement, you're recycling it into new pavement. Isn't that always an issue? But the aggregates, that they'd be degraded? How is that any different here?
Yeah, that's a very good point. This is why I'm doing hot in place recycling on major highway or high speed, high volume, high speed highway was, as I expressed, a concern for me.
Okay. All right, then if we could go to back to the overview document, images 18 and 19. And at paragraph 43, it indicates that you sent Mr. Moore the draft proposal, but it was the version that you revised from Ms. Risby's original that we looked at. And you indicate to Mr. Moore, please find the initial version of the proposal for pavement surface and aggregates evaluation on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in Hamilton. And then in the top of image 19, we'd like to do the field testing ASAP. I will confirm the time frame tomorrow. And then if you could expand 44 there, Registrar. Actually, could you do the entire paragraph with, yeah, thank you. So this isn't in what you send to Mr. Moore, the track changes, but we've did a comparison of Ms. Risby's draft to yours, and it's of the page one, the paragraph at the first paragraph of page 1, and then the second paragraph of page 2. And the red strikeouts are what, as we understand it, you deleted from Ms. Risby's initial draft, and the blue underlining is your additions. Is that correct?
Yes. The red was what I suggested removing, and the blue one is my suggestion. Okay, my changes.
And I just want to be clear to the commissioner, that's not what Mr. Moore saw. This is it's a clean copy that was sent to him, but this just shows the changes as between the original and this one. So the first thing I want to ask about is the change to the title of the proposal. Ms. Risby's draft had evaluation of pavement surface skid resistance, and you changed it to evaluation of pavement surface and aggregates. Why did you make that change?
Because that was this is what he requested. Yes. Sorry,
Mr. Moore requested the title change? No.
No. This is what Gary Moore requested. That was the purpose of the the project, of the assignment.
Okay, although the skid resistance via the British pendulum test was something that he asked, you said that he had asked to be done.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
But
Okay. As for the rest of it, can you describe what was the purpose of your revisions overall? You made a bunch of changes. We can see what they are. What were you trying to accomplish?
because this is what that's what was my understanding what he wanted, and actually this pavement was close to resurfacing, so this was this is what was to be done. So that's what he wanted. He wanted to evaluate the surface and evaluate pavement characteristic, and he wanted to do pavement rehabilitation. Just within, I understood within a couple of months, as in 2018. So that was that's why I made the changes. Yeah.
Okay. Although skid resistance was still something that was being evaluated, is it fair to say you were de-emphasizing that aspect of it in favor of emphasizing the HIR side of things?
No, I think maybe not but obviously the main purpose was holding place recycling, but the other subject were just for information. Yeah, so it was not the main purpose, just just for information what it was. Because in my opinion, at that time, very soon it would be changed. Whether it was holding place recycling on the resurfacing within a few months or several months, this would be changed.
Right, because that would, apart from anything else, that would deal with any frictional shortcomings, correct?
Yeah, yeah, that would be changed. Yeah, that would be addressed.
All right. And do you recall if you had any discussions with Mr. Moore after sending him the draft proposal? You send him the final signed proposal.
I think
the next day,
no,
so.
I think he also. I don't recall. I think he was okay. He as far as I recall, he just said go ahead as quickly as possible.
And then if we could go to take that down, Registrar, and keep up 19 and pull up 20. And so November 23rd, you had a back and forth with Ms. Rizvi. And if you could pull that up from paragraph 46, please, Registrar. The top of the next page as well. And you're going back and forth with her about the time frame and getting it done. And in the last communication from you, you state, I am concerned with the BPN testing. We have to use water for it and will not be able to use it if the temperature drops significantly below 0. So is that to do if the water applied to conduct the British pendulum testing freezes, that the test is going to be inaccurate? Is that the issue?
Yeah, that was my concern. BP. It is, it can be a dry test and wet test, but you do dry test in the lab, but in the field you do wet test. So yeah, that was my concern.
Yeah, I mean the ASTM standard is that you apply the water film.
Yes, you apply the water film for the field test.
Right, but the issue isn't that it's that it's cold, right? The issue is freezing, is the water freezing? Is that correct?
Yes, freezing. And so, there are, three concerns that I had, like, the temperature, the water can freeze, and also if the temperature is low, the owner can apply some de-icing chemicals, or it can snow. So that was my concern when I was expressing, I had in my mind when I sent it to Rabia.
Okay, you don't mention de-icing as an
No.
issue there, nor did you in your earlier email, but you're saying that was in your mind at the time?
Yeah, I typically you don't know what they apply and you don't see it, but you anticipate that the temperature is below zero, the owner will likely do something.
Right.
No, like maybe yes, of course, depending on the weather, but I think you can anticipate some de-ices to be used.
Just on the freezing point, though, you use the word significantly below zero. It's not going to freeze the second it hits the water hits the pavement. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So how significantly below zero in your experience does it have to be before it freezes and renders the British pendulum testing inaccurate?
No, I don't have any particular numbers in my mind, but it was my concern. Yes, it was my concern, and then it depends whether you do it in nighttime, daytime. So I wanted to express my concern.
Okay. And then take that down, Registrar, please. In paragraph 47, you sent the final proposal to Mr. Moore that day, the 23rd of November, and indicating the work could be performed in the first or second week of December, and that Golder would monitor the weather to ensure the field work could be conducted without frost. And then we can go to it if you want, but would you agree with me that the final version, an executed version that you sent to Mr. Moore, actually reverted to Ms. Rizvi's original draft?
Yes, I think so. By accident, it was the change wasn't saved, so the original version that Rabia sent to me was sent to the client instead of what I changed.
All right, and did that change anything in terms of what Golder was going to do? In terms of the testing that was going to be done? And
no, it didn't. It was still the same test.
Is it fair to say it was more the framing of it? I mean, there was what we looked at in paragraph 44 was, again, the description of purposes and the focus, as opposed to the actual testing that was going to be done.
Yeah, so that would be, no, it didn't change. Like, in my mind, it was still the, what's here in item 44. That was the objective.
Okay. Okay, and just as we see in 48, Mr. Moore approved it, the proposal the following day. And am I correct that the testing for the pavement evaluation took place on the night of December 6th and 7th, 2017?
I think, yes, it did.
Okay. If we go to image 27. Yeah, in paragraph 63 indicates that the testing took place that night in their handwritten notes, the field notes from the testing.
Yes.
Okay. And there's then the field notes provided the results from the British pendulum and sand patch testing at each core location, and that Golder staff removed 30 cores, right?
Yes.
And am I correct that the British pendulum and sand patch testing were done in each of those locations, the core locations?
Yeah, yes, the British pendulum testing and then sand patch and core. Yeah, they were taking at the same location, at each location. Yeah, all three were done at the same location.
All right, and the notes also included a comment that 3 collisions occurred during the testing.
Yes.
And just generally speaking at Golder, is field notes is the practice that you want to take down, of course, the results of any of the testing that you've done, and to take down any other relevant information that might be relevant to the test results. Is that the usual practice?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that would be your expectation of the people conducting the tests?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner, I want to finish off one topic. I think I'll just be a few more minutes, and then it might be a good time to break, as if Ms. Roberts and Dr. Zarowski would prefer to finish at around 3:30.
That'll be fine.
Okay, just one more, or a couple more things, but I'll try to be brief. If we go to pull up 28 as well as 27. And on this, paragraph 64 and 65, you contacted Stephen Lee of the MTO on December 11th, 2017 to inquire about who conducted PSV testing at the MTO. And you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And at the top is your email to him, and it, if you call that out, Registrar, the top of 28. So you ask that, and you say, typically we would send the samples to Ireland or the UK, but due to urgency, I wonder if this can be done by the MTO. And the proposal referred to having the testing done by Test Consult Ireland Limited, which is based in Dublin, Ireland. And that was in the proposal. What was the urgency in the interim that caused you to contact the MTO?
The urgency was because the city wanted to do it. At that point, I understand the city wanted to do it in 2018, but the first step would have to be would be to know PSV if it's feasible. The first step before they do anything, they would have to know this. So that was the urgency, and not to mention that the mix design procedure for hot in place recycling is complex and takes time.
Right. Okay, and I'm just wondering what changed in between the proposal where you asked, where it stated that Test Consult Ireland would be doing the PSV testing, and when you contacted Mr. Lee, if anything changed in the interim.
No, that would be. We would save significant amount of time if MTO did. If MTO did the testing, then no need to ship the material, etc. That would save a significant amount of time. So, and the time was ticking. If they wanted to decide, they would have to know ASAP. And
without going through, if you pull that down, Registrar, without looking at each of the emails, there was the MTO gets back to you. Mr. Joel Mannion replies that the MTO doesn't have the capacity to do it, and gives you some options, including AMEC in Hamilton. You have a bit of back and forth with him. He reiterates that AMEC does PSV testing at a lab in Hamilton. And then at paragraph 69, those are the emails at 65 through 67. If you go to the next image, Registrar, thank you. You forwarded that email exchange to Ms. Risby and state the MTO is too busy to do the PSV testing for us for the Hamilton project. Please see the email below. We will have to send it to Ireland or the UK. Do you recall why you didn't send it to consider AMEC in Hamilton?
I consider AMEC. I called AMEC and I asked AMEC. I have a friend there. I called her. Then she sent me to the person who was doing the lab testing, and they told me that they only had British pendulum, but didn't have the equipment for to do Polish stone, so they couldn't do it.
Okay. And if we go to the next image, 30. And it's paragraph 73, if you could expand that. And on December 19th, 2017, Ms. Risby sent an email to Mr. Rose, another employee at Golder, regarding the extraction of the aggregate to be sent to Ireland. And she wrote, is there any way it can be started the week of January 2nd? I hate to be a pain, but the aggregates then have to be shipped to Ireland and the testing there will take another couple of weeks. The client is facing an urgent safety issue with their road and would like an answer before further issues arise. Please let me know if that will be possible. Also, how long do you think the extraction will take? Was there an urgent safety issue that you were aware of?
Not that I was aware. I think she wanted to put some pressure on the lab. No, there was a concern, obviously discussed, and then she knew that I was frustrated. The city didn't follow my advice and said, so she knew about this, but no, nobody told me about urgent safety issue.
Okay. And when you described that, there was a concern, obviously it was discussed and she knew you were frustrated. Am I correct? You're talking about what we've been discussing for the last couple of days, your recommendations to the city about friction remediation and improvement. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, as I say, I can advise the client, but I cannot, force them to follow my advice. So obviously, I knew about the, this issue with the police opinion, etc. So I was frustrated. I contacted the contractors, gave them the price, provided recommendation, nothing was done. So I was frustrated. Yes, and I had concern.
All right. I think it is 3:33 and I'd be moving on to the new year in 2018. So this may be a good time to stop, Commissioner.
Okay. So we will stand adjourned then until Monday at 9:30. Is there anything that council should be discussing, Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, I think I should, if we could have the breakout room for a couple of minutes, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I wish everyone a good weekend.
Thank you.